Bedsworth to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, our Animal Services Director, and then please remain standing for Mike Gunnarsson from City Ministry Network to lead us in prayer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, in this Thanksgiving season, help us to see clearly the many blessings around us. Thank you for another day. Thank you for our community. Thank you for the beauty around us and the resources you've given us as a community. Thank you for the freedoms that we have and for a country in which we have the freedom to give our voice to the governing process. I pray for our county, Stanislaus. Even though there are many blessings around us, I know that there are also many needs and challenges. I pray that those whose lives here in our valley who are broken, addicted, and living without hope, those who have lost jobs and are struggling to get by, those who are struggling with their businesses and are personally struggling with their health, would they find joy and hope and health and provision and a deep sense of community in their lives? I ask that the broken parts of our community would find restoration. I pray that families would thrive, businesses would prosper, and our schools would flourish, neighborhoods would experience peace and healthy relationships. May this truly be a great city to grow up in and to grow old in for every citizen. I pray for our leaders who are here this morning. I ask that you would bless them. I pray that you would bless their family, their friendships, their health, and their businesses. Protect them, lead them. May each of them come to know the depth of your love for each of them. And I pray that you would give them the wisdom and insight and integrity as they lead with courage and unity and humility this morning. Guide their discussion and every decision on this agenda this morning. I ask this all in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 3, which is a presentation, the Stanislaus Animal Services Agency 2020-2021 Annual Report. Again, Annette Bedsworth, the Executive Director of the Animal Services Agency, will be presenting. Welcome.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Chairman Chiesa, County Council Bose, board members, and CEO Hayes. Yes, I'm very excited. This is my last annual report for Animal Services because I'm retiring after 33 years with Stanislaus County. So woohoo!
It's good for you, bad for us, right?
And so I've delivered this presentation to the city managers, and they said it was a very liberating presentation, so hold on tight because it is going to be a very liberating presentation. But I promised Adrian before I left the office, who's listening right now, that I would not go rogue this morning, and I would stick to the issues. So this morning is our annual report for Stanislaus Animal Services Agency. We are currently a joint powers agency, and what that means is we're not a county agency. We have 6 board members. One is CEO Hayes, and the rest are the 5 city managers. So we've had a life-changing, everything is life-changing in animal services. So we have these great partnerships that help us do the job that we need to do. So part of that includes the UC Davis Correct Shelter Medicine Program. These are the individuals who are veterinarians that run the shelter program at UC Davis, and also the special group that the governor gave $50 million to for animals to distribute to the counties in the next 5 years. We were honored and pleased to be one of 6 directors that were able to participate at the governor's May revise and participate at public comment to support this item of the $50 million. Petco Love, we are a partnership with Petco Love. This is the foundation that runs the Petco retail stores. They are totally separate, but this is the ones who gave us the grant of $225,000 for animal services a year and a half ago. That grant is due to expire in June 2022. Home to Home is a program that allows us to keep animals out of the shelter. And what that looks like, if it's time for you to rehome your pet, you do it from your home electronically. You upload the data about your pet, and then we post it on our website, and we post it on our Facebook page that has a big growing community. We participate, this is the recent most awesome partnership. It's with Dogwood Animal Rescue Project. This is a rescue organization out of Sonoma County. And Sonoma County Dogwood Animal Rescue is paying 100% of spay and neuter for our community in Stanislaus. Not shelter pets, not rescue pets, but pets that are owned by the community. So this MOU, what it looked like, it's with Dogwood Animal Rescue, Stanislaus Animal Services, and Valley Pet Clinic, which is directly next door to the shelter. We worked out this MOU that they will pay. We just have to administer the certificates to the people who come in, the community members that come in. So if you have a dog that needs to be spayed or neutered at no cost, please take advantage of this. It also applies to cats in the community. If you own cats or you're a community cat caretaker, please come get these coupons. At no cost, you get to spay your pets. That is the best partnership.
Where do you get the coupons? Where can people pick them up?
Stanislaus Animal Services
That's
Agency.
the only
No
place.
appointment
Okay.
required. Just come in and get one. Community cat program. So this has been a big project. Historically, we would take in 10,000 cats at our local animal shelter. 10,000 cats. Cats only breed in the summer, so that means you're taking in 100 plus cats in a day, and only 9% would live, just because of the sheer volume. We've gotten that rate up to 85% of the cats that we intake into the shelter leave alive. 15% are due to medical. Because when you have that many cats together in a shelter environment, they will get sick. It stresses them out and they die. So our biggest program was really to switch over into Best Friends, who ran our program for the last 3 years, into what SASA can take on. So we made that transition with based upon resource-based services. And what that looks like is historically everyone would just bring their cats to us, right? They would just drop off cats and run. If you found cats, you drop off and run. We can no longer do that. Our cats are based upon resources, so we schedule appointments for cats. That's the only way that we're going to take cats in. You need to have an appointment because it's based upon the number of appointments to the community are based upon the resources we can provide for cats to keep them healthy. There's a national recommendation that came out that says cats can live outside. You don't need to bring them into shelters. You're not legally required to take in all the cats from the outside. They can live outside absolutely fine, so leave them be if they're healthy. We have the Working Whiskers program, so these are the cats that maybe are not adoptable, that don't qualify for the community cat program. They're called barn cats, Working Whiskers. Local farmers can come take these cats and use them to keep the mice away. We do straight cat intake by appointment. It's right on our website. It's easy to get to. We have a dedicated page on our website also for the contact information with a direct email for community cats at stancounty.com and a direct phone number. That's something new. Petco and SASA partnership. We are an adoption network partner. We have cats that are available for adoption at the Petco located in Turlock. We're part of the Petco Love vaccine campaign, which means they are giving us free vaccines to administer to the community to own pets. We have our foster coordinator grant that is due to expire in June 2022. They are paying for 2 part-time extra help staff members to facilitate the foster program at SASA. Our dog live release rate for this last year was 92%, and that includes everything. It is dogs in, dogs out. That includes everything. So what I mean by that is sometimes agencies don't include if a dog gets hit by a car or if they have bad behavior. No, this is everything from us. We're very transparent in our numbers. So when a dog gets hit by a car and has to be euthanized out in the field, that's included in that number. We also provide a service to the community if Fluffy's 20 years old and needs to be humanely euthanized. We provide that service to the community at very low cost too. Only 1% were euthanized because of behavior. Our adoption rates exceeded our expectations. We were up to 38% of the animals leaving alive were adopted. What that looks like still is our #1 adopters reside outside of Stanislaus County. Our #1 adopters reside outside of Stanislaus County. So we have a big, huge pool and a huge following. So we receive people coming from Sacramento, the mountain communities, because there's not a lot of animal shelters up there. The Bay Area is a big one, and even south. If you fall in love with a dog on our website, you will travel no matter how far it is to get that dog. Our website statistics grew even further. So last year I surprised us and went to 2.1 million. This year we hit 2.5 million views per month on our website. 2.5 million views every month. And that information is all on the intranet, and it was interesting because I had to see who even comes close to us. I was looking at the old department that I worked for, and most county departments get like tens and thousands. The CEO's office is probably the second to us, and they get about 500,000 million, but nobody comes close to our 2.5 million views per month. And I have to say, I have to give credit to Stanislaus County IT department, because they are rock stars over there. They know what it's like, because our website has to be kept up. And a funny story happened on, I have Paul's direct number, and I called him at home a Sunday morning, and I said, hey, I'm receiving emails from our animal friends in the community because our website's down and they can't see the dog's pictures. And sure enough, as he reported, the server was down. So I said, well, we don't need any alarms. We just wait for the community people to let us know that the website's down. But it's a very viewable, and it takes a lot of work to make that happen because we have to constantly be updating the website. We update it every single day, every hour, with pictures of dogs that come into the shelter. Snapshot of just the national success, because California, Texas, and Florida are the ones that are really struggling with trying to increase the live release rate. There's been some movement. It's in slow increments. A snapshot of success statewide. This is just the happiest time it could have been about 6 months ago when Governor Newsom proposed $50 million in one-time general funds. Animal Services doesn't get any funding historically. We don't get any state or federal funding. So this one time, $50 million is being allocated to the UC Davis-Corrett Shelter Medicine Program, and they will decide what counties and cities get this money over the next 5 years. So Animal Services is an amazing place to be, an amazing time, but now we're going to talk about some of the challenges. And my number one is resources, and this is twofold. So I just want to say, when it comes to resources, we've always been under-resourced. We are the most under-resourced department, and we cannot continuously run like this. And what I mean is, I have, thankfully, Adrienne, who joined me as the confidential. She's a future leadership in Stanislaus County. Don't get me wrong, she is. She's going to do great things. But she's my confidential assistant right now, and she came over with big eyes, and she's like, you know what, Annette, you're right. This place is nonstop from the moment we walk in. And there's times I'm like, Adrienne, you need to go to lunch. It's 1:30. I don't need the unions, knocking at my door. She's like, Annette, do you know how much work I have to get done? And I said, yes, I do. I know how much work this place is. Monica joined us this past year, too, another future leader, Stanislaus County. She's a budget and HR manager, and she says the same thing. And often at times when we're there at 8 o'clock at night, I said, hey, Monica, you got to go home, because this place we could stay at 24/7. It's just nonstop there, constantly. Adrienne last Friday goes, Annette, she goes, you're right, this place, and there's nothing everything's different. Always something different is happening. So it's not like we can write a policy to change these incidents. They're all different. There's always something ongoing. It is. And this is where, if there's anything about this presentation or me leaving, I want you to take away is we need more resources at Animal Services. And I'm just going to give the example, as I gave to the SASA board, comparing apples to apples. Sacramento County is a municipal shelter. They take in the same number of animals, and that's what you have to compare it to, is how many animals, because that's what the agency has to care for. They have 55 full-time employees. I have 35 full-time employees, and that runs a full-time hospital, a shelter, officers, and management. That is all I have, is 35 full-time employees. Sacramento has 55. And they have a deputy director, and they have an operations manager. I don't have any of that. So a lot of times, it's me, the director, and I have found this more often than not lately, because Dennis, who came in, thankfully, as the operation manager, he can only work 960 hours a year. So he's not here right now because his hours are getting ready to expire. I have no management in between, so it's me out there on the front lines trying to overcompensate what the staff can't get done. So if I need more staff. SASA needs more staff, and we need more resources. The second part of that is what everybody else is experiencing, is once you have those allocations, is really finding those resources to fill those jobs, because I'm not the only one who's struggling. It's up and down the state with all Animal Services. We're all competing for the same resources, and we don't know where these people are to get to apply for these jobs. So I just want to say, and I did share this with the board members, Jody. Jody has always been a supportive of Animal Services. Always, always, always. He's our hero over there. So I have told them that I want you to be our hero again, Jody, and disband the JPA. Because the reason being is we don't have the resources, because I have 5 city partners who claim all the time they have no money. The county is only one of 6 partners. The county would give us those resources that we need. They absolutely would. Or we need to find city partners who have money, Jody. I don't know, but it's a struggle. It's definitely a struggle.
It's great retiring, isn't it? You can hold back.
Yeah, there's nothing holding back today.
It's pretty obvious, yeah. That's great. That's great. Doesn't matter at this point.
Okay, so you get the point, I think, when it comes to resources. We definitely need something over there to happen. When it comes now to medical support, this is also an issue that you just need to be aware of. It's not just local, state, but we're experiencing it national-wide, is veterinarian assistance, not just with the shelters, but just in your communities. We've often seen signs locally at Stanford Vet, who's a private vet, very progressive veterinarian hospital locally, posting signs on the weekends because they cannot serve anymore. It's standing room only, and they'll send people to Tracy or to Livermore because the veterinarians in this community are full. They're busy. It is standing room only. So that's just something to be on the lookout for. Medical support, veterinarian medical support. Dog licenses, we are currently under DocuPet. We were the first agency in the state of California to move towards DocuPet. It was just so conveniently implemented the month before COVID because it keeps people out of your shelters. They can dog license from home, they can do it over the telephone, they can do it on their phone. They no longer are required to come into the shelter. So that was definitely a plus. And I have been contacted by 10 different city and county agencies now that are going on to DocuPet in the state of California. So something to look forward to, but also something as a mental note is we had a very progressive dog licensing program with our canvassers going door to door and trying to encourage dog licenses. We don't have that anymore once we went on DocuPet. So right now is really trying to get those numbers up with the dog licenses. Animal welfare education in the community, that would be a lovely thing to offer the community, and it's something that needs to happen, but with the lack of resources, that's not something that we can do. I know I did recently, because we have no resources, you'll find me at MAC meetings now, or I went out with Supervisor Graywall at the airport district, which just absolutely love going out there, because that group out there are homeowners, and they really truly, I enjoy going out there with you because they truly want better for their community out there. And there's some barriers, there's some obstacles, because you have dogs by the homeless people over there by the river, and these people want to feel safe. And so what we've done in return to that is we had the officers go out and start handing out dog food, dog treats, and leashes to the community members, because that was the biggest complaint about, we don't want dogs just wandering around. We need to be safe. So we handed out dog leashes to the community out there, and we need to continuously do that. But we would love to do more animal welfare education in the community, but we need resources to do other things. That's the end of my liberating presentation. Any questions?
So, before we get going, the $50 million
Yes.
that is available, is it going to be grant-based, or is it going to be ongoing funding?
It's going to be grant-based. At this point in time, that's what we've been told.
And they're looking for what? Or they haven't made the rules up yet?
They haven't made the rules up yet.
Okay.
We're waiting.
So one thing that, because you didn't show historical norms and the trend line, I always talk about trend lines. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? And I know that when, Annette, when you took over as the director, executive director, the numbers didn't look anything like they currently do. And I'm bragging on you for a second. The kill rate has continually decreased as you've been the director, and the adoption rate has continually increased at the shelter. I know I had questioned originally because there were so many cats out there, and we were doing catch, spay, and what's the acronym?
Trap, neuter, release.
Trap, neuter, release. And so we would neuter the animal or the cat, and then we'd take them back to the same neighborhood, the same spot where they were problematic, and we would drop them off. and it didn't make logical sense to me, but now you've seen how well that program's worked over time because of the breeding rate of cats. And so anyways, hats off to you. I wish you the best in retirement. You've been just a breath of fresh air, regardless of how honest or you think you were unhinged. You weren't at all. I don't disagree with anything you said here today, so that's a big thank you. Supervisor Graywall.
Thank you, Chair. Annette, I do appreciate you accompanying me that day, and the results I've seen in that neighborhood since you got there, I mean, she's been on it. I know your staff's been on it, but also there was a lot of questions about the spay and neuter program, and I see those emails coming and going, and you've been very expeditious, so I know they appreciate it. So
Thank you.
thank you so much. And then also, Modesto City Council has a meeting tonight if you want to go.
Great.
Well, that one's coming.
Yeah. Supervisor Condit.
Thank you, Annette. Thank you for your presentation and congratulations. Just curious, what is your vacancy rate in your department right now?
My vacancy rate?
Yeah, how many open positions do you have?
1.
One. Okay.
It's a true lack of positions. And
But I could have went on more and just added, sprinkle a little COVID in and. But that's the true vacancy rate of
Okay.
positions I need to fill right now. There's an ongoing recruitment.
You just need more.
I just need more.
Thank you.
Supervisor Withrow.
And that, well, I'm sure we'll celebrate your retirement here another day, and we all love you, and we've all got stories, and I love telling the story and I'll tell it again when you retire. But that day we went into that house, and the back of that house, and it was like a scene from a movie, like from the movie Willard with all the rats, but they were cats inside that like shed, and they were all, there must have been 100 of them just all crawling around us, but you walked in there with me, and we ended up making that, we made it work with that lady. But we very much appreciate all you do, and we'll, like I said, we'll celebrate your retirement when that day comes, but we do appreciate your frankness, so thanks for all you do.
I call it passion, and it's never changed. You've had passion for, because the difficulty in your job, if anyone doesn't know, having different bosses, everyone's in a different financial position, so there's already that grind. And then the animal folks are very, very vocal, and so it was a tough job when she took it. It still continues to be a tough job, but it's about incremental change, and you've made it, and you've set up whoever takes your position. You set them up in a good way, and I couldn't be more proud of you as a Houstonite, and I just congratulate you when you do retire, and we'll have a clock for you when you do.
Okay.
So,
I
all
look
right.
forward to that clock, and thank you, and I hope everybody's encouraged to apply for that job if you're qualified when I do leave. It is an exciting place to work. I will tell you it is an addicting place to work because it is about life-saving. And that's why we do the things that we do, even though I claim that we work a lot and we work hard, but the staff there work just as hard, and it's because it is addicting to save lives.
Yeah, thank you. So now I'm going to open it up to the public. Any comments, public comment on the presentation? All right, seeing none, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Annette, for the presentation. Okay, so we do have a public hearing that was scheduled for 9 o'clock, so we're going to skip over a couple of things. We'll go backwards, but the public hearing is, number one, the public hearing to accept the update on the county's 2020-2020 redistricting project and receive comments from the public. And I'm going to turn it over to Raul, who will be presenting.
Yes,
and his team.
thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Chiesa, members of the board, County Council Bose, CEO Hayes, Raul Mendez, your Assistant Executive Officer, here this morning to introduce this item. As the board is aware, today is the second of 2 public hearings that have been scheduled for your board and the community to discuss our collective work on the Stanislaus redistricting project.
I just forgot to say something right in the back. Roberto, I saw Roberto's right back here, something I definitely need to do for the public hearing. He is our interpreter today, so if anyone needs any translation, if you go back there, he's got the earplugs, and he will do translation for you to Spanish. So he is available, and then we have copies of the presentation right here at this desk up front if anyone wants to follow along. I'm sorry, Raul.
No worries, Supervisor. Presentation this morning of our progress to date will be conducted by Damian Martinez, Senior Management Consultant with the Chief Executive Office, Tom Bose, our County Counsel, and Aaron Harris, Senior Development Analyst, Software Analyst, and Software Development Analyst with the Information Central Technology. Also in the audience this morning, did see some members of our steering committee, some members of our redistricting commission, and project team members that have put in a lot of long hours over the course of the last months and continue their work to diligently bring forth to you their proposed draft maps and visualizations. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Martinez to provide an update on the redistricting project in advance of you opening up the public hearing for your board to receive comments and input from the community on the work to date and any associated maps and visualizations. Mr. Martinez.
Hello. Thank you, Raul. Good morning, Chairman Chiesa, members of the board, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes. I'm Damian Martinez, Senior Management Consultant with the Chief Executive Office and your project manager for our 2021 redistricting project. So today I'd like to provide you with an update on our redistricting project, as well as take your questions and comments during a public hearing. So I'd also like to recognize my co-presenters, which will be County Council Bowes, as well as Aaron Harris from our Information Technology Central Department. We return to you for our second public hearing, and I wanted to give just a brief overview for those in the audience and those who are watching about redistricting and the redistricting process. So as a review, what is redistricting? Redistricting is a process by which supervisorial district boundaries are drawn every 10 years to ensure each district has the same number of people. The boundaries of the supervisorial district shall be adopted by the board no earlier than August 1st, 2021. The final map must be adopted 174 days before the June 7th, 2022 statewide direct primary election, which is December 15th of this year. We went over this last time, but these are the entities that are involved in this redistricting project. So again, as Roland had mentioned, we have members of our ad hoc Citizen Advisory Redistricting Commission in the audience today. And as he also mentioned, this commission, as well as members of our steering committee, who are also in attendance, and our project team, have given a great deal of time and hours in this process. And so I also would like to thank them for the amount of time, energy, and input that they have given throughout this project. We also have Q2 Data and Research, which is our consultant, the community members, and this board of supervisors. Want to highlight the box that we have shaded in. So we have conducted several pre-draft community workshops. Mentioned before, we have held 7 in total. 6 of those were in person. We had 2 in District 1, 1 in each one of the remaining districts, and 1 virtual. We have had map drawing meetings, which I'll discuss in a moment, as well as our map drawing tutorial sessions. Had held additional sessions upon the recommendation of Supervisor Grable, which I'll highlight in just a moment. We are here for our second public hearing. The first public hearing was on November the 8th. We'll talk a little bit about that. And once again, the deadline for boundaries to be finalized by this board will be December 15th of this year. So now I'd like to turn it over to County Council Bowes, who will walk us through the legal portion of this discussion.
Thank you, Damian. You know, as I was looking at your timeline, I think there's one piece of information we want to make sure that the public knows about, and that's the day we got the census information, the census data, and that was, what, late in September, right?
27th.
September 27th. So we've been working on this since September 27th. What you see on the screen is our mapping criteria. We've all seen this before. Today we're going to focus on the second criteria. That's the Federal Voting Rights Act review, and the rest, contiguity, respect for local neighborhoods, communities of interest, respect for cities and census-designated places, the rest of those fall in line as well. But today we need to focus on the Federal Voting Rights Act. The Federal Voting Rights Act prohibits a jurisdiction from drawing districts in a manner that results in denial or abridgment of the right to vote on account of race or color or membership in a language minority group. And what we're talking about is we want to make sure that minority groups' vote is not diluted as we draw our lines. The courts have held that there are 3 preconditions that must be present for a Voting Rights Act liability issue to exist. A minority group must be sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority district. A majority is 50 plus 1 of the citizens' voting age population. We call that CVAP or CVAP within this hypothetical district. Number 2, the majority group must be politically cohesive, meaning that they generally vote for the same candidate. And 3, the majority, all other voters, must vote sufficiently as a block to enable them to usually defeat the majority's preferred candidate. So the county has engaged outside experts, including counsel with Olson and Remco, and a Voting Rights Act expert, Dr. Megan Gall, and they have looked at these 3 preconditions and determined that a Voting Rights Act issue likely exists in our county with respect to Latino voters in our county. We have determined that current supervisorial District 5 already constitute a majority minority district with a Latino CVAP or CVAP of 53.93%. In addition, we have determined that a second majority Latino CVAP district could be drawn in the county, although it would be barely above 50%. If both districts were drawn, we would have very low Latino CVAP, less than what is currently in District 5. After reviewing the results from prior elections, our experts believe that such a low Latino CVAP would make it very difficult for Latinos to be able to elect a candidate of their choice. What we're seeing is that there is a lack of participation in the process. So instead, the most appropriate way to ensure Latinos have equal opportunity to elect the candidates of their choice is to draw one majority minority district that has a higher Latino CVAP percentage than is present in the existing District 5. So what we would be looking for is to create a supermajority district that would have a supermajority to overcome the lack of participation. So, having made that determination, we have advised our redistricting advisory committee that it should try to draw a district with a substantially higher Latino CVAP than what currently exists in District 5. Do I have another slide? That's it? All right. And that's my comments then.
Thank you. So I'd like to move on with that in mind and talk a little bit about our process, what we have done, in particular the commission. I'll then turn over to Aaron Harris, who's going to talk about the draft maps and the visualizations that have been recommended and are currently under development with the commission. So just as a review once again, so we have held up to this point 10 map drawing meetings. So those meetings consist of members of the redistricting commission, the steering committee, as well as the project team. As we move forward with this process, we've added an additional 4 meetings. So in total, there will be 14 map drawing meetings. These are 4 additional ones. We met last night. We will meet tonight, and then have 2 meetings in the final map drawing meeting for the commission will be on Tuesday, November 30th. And once again, just to review the actual process, what happens during these map drawing meetings. So data was received via the California statewide database, and you'll notice as well that I want to remind everyone that we received the data fairly late. We would have hoped to have received the data earlier than what was anticipated, which was late March. But in terms of the receipt of the data and being able to use the data, it was on September 27th. So we're working with a very tight timeline and receipt of data fairly late. At these meetings, our county, the Information Technology Central Department has analyzed the data. As you can imagine, it's very complex to be able to present the data in a way that would be for review of the layperson. We updated from the last time we saw you that we received 3 additional submissions through our online portal, which is available on our website, stancounty.com/redistricting. 32 submissions, 24 of those were in Spanish on communities of interest. ITC provided the commission the data and the maps along with those community of interest submissions, and the project team then assisted the commission, and this is the bulk of the latter part of these meetings, in reviewing the appropriate data, which are population data, race and ethnicity, and as County Council Bowes had mentioned, citizen voting age population data, CVAP data. Upon Supervisor Graywall's suggestion that we added our map tutorial session, so we offered 2 map tutorial sessions with commission members, which happened on the 8th and 9th of November. You can see the location and the time. And then we added 3 additional map drawing tutorial sessions. So map drawing tutorial sessions are a short session to where our project team, specifically Information Technology Central staff and myself, get together with the appropriate parties. You can see it's the commission and the community, as Supervisor Graywall had suggested, to be able to outline the process, describe the process, and walk through the map drawing online services that we have on the website. So the additional ones that we offered were, I'd like to thank the West Modesto Community Collaborative for hosting us at the King Kennedy Center, as well as the Assyrian American Civic Club of Turlock for hosting us. So thank you to both of those organizations for hosting us and for advertising the actual event on such short notice. So we do appreciate your participation and assistance. And then we just offered another map drawing tutorial session with the commission yesterday. So in total, 5 map drawing tutorial sessions. So now I'd like to turn it over to Aaron Harris, our Senior Software Developer and Analyst with the Information Technology Central Department, who is going to walk through the draft maps and the visualizations. I just want to make a couple comments to preface his comments. So what you will hear from Aaron is a description of a few things. One, the recommendation from the commission on draft map 1, which the last time we were before you was under development. On November the 9th, the commission had made their final recommendation for draft map 1. You will also hear Aaron discuss visualization 2, and the distinction between draft map and visualization is a under development. And then you will hear about visualization number 3, and Aaron will talk a little bit about how that has developed into a draft map 2, and we'll discuss how that process happened, and that was just very late last night. So we don't have that information before you in the board agenda item, but we do make reference to that in the presentation this morning. So with that, let me go ahead and turn it over to Aaron Harris.
Good morning. So the data was released by the statewide database, and like we were saying, back at the 27th, and then we've got the data that was for us. It was corrected by the state And that's why it's the PL 94171 redistricting data, because they reflected the people in prison. And then we got the Voting Act, or Voting Age Population 2020. So like Damien was saying, on last November 9th was when the recommendation for alternative one was finalized by the commission. And those were nothing else has changed with that map. It's the same as last time. So it was, Block A went to District 3, and you can see the 4 blocks that were in question, what they voted on. District 1 change was they added Block B to District 1, and that was part of the Dry Creek area. Right. District 2 is no change. There is no conflicts on the boundary of District 2. District 3 had 1 block that spanned District 3 and District 4. The commission voted to go in District 3. And the third block was between District 4 and District 1, and that was the south side of Dry Creek was voted to go to District 4. And then District 5 had the Block D that bordered District 4 and District 5 along the river, and the commission voted it to go into District 4. So the first visualization we're going to go over is this one, where they came up with consolidating everything around Ceres. So the bottom line is Ceres city limits. The west side of the unassigned goes up Paulson, cuts across the canal, over up to Paradise, up to Mays, to the freeway, down the freeway, to G Street, to 9th Street, and down D Street to Yosemite, and then it will cut across and come back down Mitchell Road to Valley Home, and then follow the city boundary limits of Ceres all the way around it. And this one here is still under development. And then visualization number 3, just last night they voted on making this alternative number 2. There's some minor changes that were recommended by the staff to include Grayson and the rest of Bret Harte. The boundary lines will be finalized and calculate the information. We'll get them back to you by tomorrow. So when we show that picture, so along District 3 and District 5, they had it go from Patterson northwest along Highway 33. The change there was it goes to the river, follows the river all the way up. You can't see it on the map, all the way up to Hamilton, or all the way up to the river to like a creek, and then over to Hamilton to 33, then back up. So that section would put Grayson in District 5. And then in the zoomed-in area, you can't quite see it. It basically follows the old perimeter of District 5, including in the Bret Harte designated place. And that's where it comes down to Ustick, over, it follows it down to the outskirts of one property to Whitmore, then over Whitmore to Carpenter, then straight down to West Main.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Wanted to make...
Yeah, there's a piece of information missing here. Aaron, can you give us the CVAP data for all the maps you just...
Yes.
And the visualizations as well?
Yes, so the first alternative alternative 1 CVAP data is 53.93. So this one here is the CVAP for the Hispanic in District 5 is 53.93. This visualization number 2 is 55.9 in the unincorporated area. And the rest of the numbers we don't have because it still has to be balanced out. And then for visualization number 3, it's 53.47% for District 5.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much for the presentation. And
Are you done? I'm sorry.
There's a few more slides.
okay, can I just ask on that question real quick? On draft 2, you were saying it's 55.2, but then the population isn't in sync for the other districts, right?
Correct.
All right. Well, thanks. Please take my thanks in advance.
Thank you. So some of the, just to go off what was just mentioned, because the commission has yet to finalize that particular visualization with the unassigned, that they don't have final data or numbers on that visualization. Visualization 3, which will be, they're not confused with all the term, but visualization 3 will be a draft map 2, and we're having our ITC department, Aaron, and his team review and clean up some of those boundaries. So there may be some streets and canals and areas that need to be finalized. So those are preliminary data and information for you. We'll have the final information to you for that visualization 3 very shortly. Just a slide about public hearings, has been mentioned with our second public hearing. The next draft public hearing will be on Monday, December 6th, a special meeting of this board. And the scheduled for the final adoption hearing will be on Monday, December 13th. And then we'll end with our staff recommendations, and then staff will be available to take your questions. So 1, receive an update on the county's 2021 redistricting project. 2, open the public hearing to receive comments on the draft supervisorial district map alternative 1 and visualizations 2 and 3. And 3, direct staff to make modifications to maps as needed or for purposes of review. And with that, staff are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions of staff at this point? Nope. Okay, so this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And I have 3 speaker cards. The first one is Stephen Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and other members of the board. Any redistricting process is always difficult, but I'm glad to see that the districts here are looking relatively clean, even though they haven't been finalized. It compares to an article that came from the Modesto Bee about what other states are doing. We could pass this up. That's a district being passed around that came from Maryland, and it shows complete catastrophe on how it was drawn compared to the nice clean districts we've got here. So people are always going to be upset anyway, but the lines have to be drawn someplace on the maps. So we'll be waiting to see what the final borders are as the hearings continue, and if we need to make more comments, we'll make more comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker card, Richard Gayton. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Conant, Supervisor Woodrow, and Supervisor Vito. These are the supervisors I've worked with. I'm your Veterans Advisory Commissioner for District 5, and I'd like to welcome Mr. Hayes, Mr. Grohl, and Mr. Condon. My main concern, as I learned, I work with the counties, and your information's off. When I look at this, my thing is looking at the census. You guys are missing homeless people. You're missing homeless veterans. Those are potential votes. but nobody looked at that. They're your voters out there. And also, when I go down here, page 4 of 6, I'm looking at 4 and 5. Then I'm looking down at the population. We have 115,000 people. Reason why? Patterson's growing. I don't know where you guys are getting your information from. You guys haven't been out there. You haven't not seen Patterson. Patterson's going to grow again. They're getting a Food for Less. They're getting other corporations in there. So I know some of you guys haven't been out there. I know Mr. Vito's there. Terry's been there, and Chance's been there because I've been working with Chance. I've been working with Jim DiMartini, and I've also been working with Jeff Dunham and also Congressman Josh Harder. So that sort of concerns me, because when you redistrict, you're going to hear our veterans. Our veterans fall into your supervisor district. I don't know if you guys took that in consideration. I know your ad hoc has it. I know your ad hoc hasn't, and it took consideration of the homeless and the homeless veterans. Those are your constituents out there. Then we go to the public hearing. The reason why I'm here is because this is the first time I've been notified. I live in Newman, District 5. What I've learned, the reason why I came to Stanislaus County to do all this stuff, I was also part of Modesto Fair Housing, Discrimination, and Commission here. I learned a lot because we call it the West Side. We're overlooked. We don't get the funding as most of you.
Hey, Mr. Gayden, you got to keep talking towards the microphone,
Okay,
or
I'm
else
sorry.
the public won't be able to hear you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I now lost my train. But it's hard for us.
Fair housing, you were talking about.
Okay, fair housing, yeah. Okay, I was there. And I learned a lot. The West Side is always overlooked. We don't have the money. You're looking at it, if you look at District 5, I traveled that as a commissioner. I went from Patterson, Deport, up in the hills, all the way to Ceres. And if you look over here, the line in Newman falls next to Merced County, and it goes way beyond to Wesley. That's the end of the line. Then you talk about Grayson. Grayson's part of our district. If you guys are hurting for Latino votes, it tells me one thing: you're not doing your job. You're not doing your job. You're not there hustling and getting that vote that you need. You need to go out there to the community and knock on doors, talk to the Hispanic community, attend their meetings, and all this stuff. It's not right that you come and take our votes away, because we change. We're a seasonal district. During the summertime, it goes up. Because why? We got the migrant workers. Sorry. We got the migrant workers there. Then during the fall, they all leave and go back home. So there's a fluctuation in population. So I don't know where your information is getting, it's inaccurate. You got to have it twice, not just the first time. You got to come back in the wintertime and see how many people we got and how many people are going. And your map's confusing. This is my last one. On Block D, I see that little twiggly line. Are you taking that away from us, or are you adding that to us? That's on. So, that's our concern. Oh, is my time up? Is that what that means?
Time's up. Finish your thought. It's okay.
Yeah. So, but anyway, my suggestions to you is go back and do your homework. Go back with the ad hoc and look closely what you're doing. If you're hunting for Latino votes, you're hurting. That's my suggestion. You're hurting because you're not doing your job to get that Latino vote. And leave race alone. Leave it where it's at. I've been the commissioner for the last 12 years, and I visit all those sites. Thank you.
On behalf of the board, thank you for your service, as always,
Thank
Sergeant,
you.
not only on the the commission, but what you do for veterans. We're going to ask the Block 4 again, if you could put that map up on Block 4, just so we can answer that question. I think that was pretty clear. Block D? Block D, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so, Aaron, do you want to?
Yeah, so
explain?
Block D went to District 4 because the last census block was only that big on that one side, and then the other portion was already in District 4.
So they had the choice of leaving it in District 5 or moving that block to District 4.
And
And the commission chose to move it to
District 4.
District 4.
Okay, now what city are you affecting that?
That's
It
part of
looks unincorporated and City of Modesto, right? Right,
Yeah.
right on the edge. It's what- So, yeah. So we will look at that. Go ahead. Yeah, these aren't final, and that's why we're taking public comments, so appreciate your comments. All right, next up, we have Francis Lopez. Those are the only speaker cards I have. If someone wants to speak, I ask you to move to the aisle.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Mr. Martinez, is that right, and Mr. Harris, thank you for your presentation. I live in Modesto in Supervisor Withrow's district. I am Latina. I was very interested in what Mr. Gaitan had to say. I have a question. I have a couple questions. One is, does a supervisor have to reside in the district that they represent? Okay. Second question. I would like you to please define that acronym CVAP.
CVAP.
Yeah, what is that again, please?
We want to give it a shot, Aaron?
Citizen voting age population.
Yeah.
Oh, voting age, okay.
Yeah,
So that's how you came up with the 53.93 in District 5?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I identify as a Latina. I don't see any Latinos or Latinas represented on this board, and that bothers me. So I'm hoping that given the high percentage of Latinos in this county, so I do my best as a voter, as a citizen, and I do work on political campaigns. I'm hoping that this redistricting process helps illuminate issues that affect everyone in the county that need attention. But I am focused on the needs of Latinos, I don't care what district we reside in, we need representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and I always like to point out that Supervisor Condit is 25%, I believe, right? Latino, your grandmother is?
My mother is, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
good, thank you.
And he's representing District 5. And in the initial discussion of what council had said, it's about the citizens' voting age population, trying to potentially increase that.
Okay.
And so within a district, I think.
Well, okay, I get that, but I have felt disenfranchised, even though I am college educated and I have voted ever since I could. And back in the day, I had to wait till I was 21. But there are times when we do not feel our interests are being heard, paid attention to, acted on. So that's just my personal crusade. Thank you.
Thank you very much for showing up today and participating.
Hello, Corinne Whitlow.
Good morning.
This isn't something I've had much time to follow, but I do support these maps that you guys have here, that you've presented today. Compared to what I think a lot of the other districts have done, these aren't as bad as they could have been. So I just wanted to say that. One thing that is a little confusing to me, and like I said, I haven't had a lot of time to look into this stuff, is it was mentioned that there needs to be a district with a super majority of minorities, and I definitely agree with that for the sake of representation. But then as I'm looking at the item, the 2020 census said that our majority of our population, 48%, was actually Hispanic. So it's kind of interesting to me that we talk about needing the representation of the minority and to create a district where that representation is expanded, but then that's not, and then we speak about Hispanics, but then that's not necessarily the minority in our county. So that's just something that's kind of confusing to me. So any clarification would be.
Yeah, the answer is that when we're looking at the Voting Rights Act, we're looking at the majority minority, and then in our county, that is the Latino or Hispanic vote. And specifically, the courts look at at the citizen voters, and the CVAP it's a difficult number to kind of describe because it pulls from different sources. And on top of that, after the census has kind of pulled together this number, sends it to the state, and the state plays around with it a little bit. But basically what we're looking at is those citizen voters, and that's what the courts look at to determine whether or not we have a dilution of the vote. So that's what it is. I can go into more detail with you if you want to give me a call or.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? One of our commissioners.
No, not really. I'm an alternate.
Alternate.
Solange Gonsalves Altman, members of the board, good morning. I just wanted to give you a little bit of my observations of being on this and to give the public some insight too. I have a legal background, but knew nothing about this process, and so I have learned a lot just like everyone else, and it's been a very sort of frustrating process, and it's really difficult to try to meet all these requirements. We're told to look at communities of interest and try to keep those together, but then there are considerations that we have to take into account to make sure that we're in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. And what's been really concerning is, and it wasn't the fault of the county at all, but the data that we provided, everything came in so late. So we're scrambling to try to understand the data, understand the law, and we're doing the best we can, folks. But recently we learned that District 5 is a racially polarized district. This is really concerning. I don't want to see the district in litigation, because ultimately what happens is the district that we maybe draw now would have to be redrawn, and the county would be out a tremendous amount of money in attorney's fees. So it's better that we sort of deal with this racial polarization issue so it doesn't happen in the future. And even as an alternate, even though I don't get to vote, I've been pretty vocal throughout this and have asked a lot of questions. So at this point, the big concern is District 5 and trying to find communities of interest that are connected to District 5 and to try to bring up the voting age population number up to around 55%. I mean, we were at 53.93. We want to try to raise that. And it was frustrating last night because at the meeting, people were ready to just sort of hand over what we have so far and let you guys decide. I hope that doesn't happen. Because of the holidays, we were really short of people last night. I hope next week we can tweak it just a little bit more to get District 5 up to the 55 or so percent that's needed to avoid any challenge under the Voting Rights Act. Anyway, I didn't speak that much last night because, I don't know, I had a lot of cooking to do today and was kind of thinking about what I had to get done. I already made a cheesecake. Anyway, So with that in mind, I just hope that I can contribute and that we can come up with something that is legally defensible for the district and that also addresses those issues of racial polarization in District 5. I work closely with your was it granddad?
Grandfather.
Yeah. Anyway, I work closely with him, so I hope to talk to you more. Anyway, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Solange, thank you for your service on this commission, and I will tell you that with September 27th, was that the date we got and December 15th, just so everyone knows, they have, 50 days, and we're trying to draw maps, and we're trying to get aligned with the Federal Voting Rights Act, state, and not get sued in the process. So it's very complicated, you're right, and there's a lot of pressure on the commission to, you saw that meeting schedule, so it's very time consuming. So we appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi there.
Good morning.
My name's Sheila Serpa. I live in Newman. I'm a mother and a grandmother. I work in a dental office here in Modesto, California, so I have a lot of contact with the public. And in my tiny, and I'm here to talk a little bit about vaccine mandates.
Nope. I'm sorry, that is an item that is coming up.
It's coming up?
This is a public hearing for redistricting.
Okay, I don't know anything
Okay,
about this.
not
I
a
just
problem.
wanted to grab my chance while I had it, so
Nope.
I could just wait until that happens and
Yes.
go from there, and then maybe I won't be dyslexic and say vaccine Band-Aids. Thank you very much.
I've sat through hundreds of these meetings, and every single time I do something incorrect. So, anyone else on redistricting? All right, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for thoughts. And I would ask, just council, I don't know if it's possible, because Aaron's on his third time, this is his third redistricting, so he's gotten pretty good on the computer trying to figure out and look at numbers. Is it possible for individual supervisors to color in maps to try and get the CVAP number?
Yes, I think that is very appropriate. And at the point where we are, what we could do is make Aaron available to the individual supervisors to meet with them and take a look at the maps or the visualizations that we have here and attempt to come forward at our next redistricting meeting hearing with some proposals that you could consider.
Okay. I still look forward to what the other folks have to bring forward, because everything's going to revolve around District 3, 4, and 5. Generally, that's where the numbers could change, and trying to get voting age population as well as staying within the deviation, the population deviation. So, any other thoughts, questions? Supervisor Graywall?
Yeah, thank you. Quick question for the county council. So I've heard numbers as high as 55%. And then on one of the slides, it said, in addition to what current status quo is, so 53.93, I mean, is it legally defensible if we don't, because I think that number is an arbitrary number, because watching state redistricting, some maps were approved adequate at 52% as super majority districts. So I'm thinking that's a pretty arbitrary number. Obviously, we want to get as high as possible with keeping communities of interest, neighborhoods, respecting neighborhoods, and especially contiguity. Because I think you could probably get to like 60% if you just pick populations throughout the different maps. But if we're trying to keep contiguity together, then obviously that has to play a point in it as well, right?
Yes, as we were looking at this issue, it's hard to say what that number is, but we know that it has to be more than what is currently present in the status quo map, and that's represented by Alternative 1, District Alternative 1. That's status quo. And what the actual number is hard to put a number to it. Because not only are you looking to get to a place where we've increased the CVAP enough to allow for the Hispanic vote to succeed, but we also have all of those other criteria that we have to be mindful of. And so while the ad hoc committee might be thinking 55%, it's just kind of an idea. It's not necessarily the target number. Neither would 60% be the target number. It's something above what we have right now that would achieve all of the goals that we have in front of us.
See, my concern with that, and one of the things that I'm really looking at is, to really highly densely populate one district and then taken away from other districts. Because, I would like to see I know there was a speaker that was speaking about representation. If other districts are going up in CVAP numbers, so perhaps this one might be at 53.5 or 54, but District 3 goes up to, I think currently it's at 35% or 36%, goes up to 38%, or in my district, I think I have the lowest CVAP out of all the districts at like 26%, but there's a way to get it up to, a higher percentage. Is that something that's also defensible in saying, yeah, you might not have gotten the super majority to your liking, but other districts have accumulated more CVAP for the majority minority in the county?
Yes, you've identified one of the pushes and pulls that we have to engage here in. Under the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, we cannot pack minorities into a district. So we're looking at kind of a diametrically opposed issue here. We cannot pack, but then again, under the Voting Rights Act, we have to ensure that we're not diluting their vote. So that plays into all of that calculus, and what I mean by that is the idea of segregating or packing or cracking is another term that's used to describe, diluting vote. That all kind of goes into this. And you've identified that, in some instances, as we do this, we could be, it could be pointed out that that's what we're engaged in. And that's why our advice is not to look for a target number, but just try to do as best you can to increase the Hispanic CVAP in addition to looking at all of the other factors.
Yeah. Well, after 11 meetings, I know during the holiday season it's tough, but I really have to commend the commission. Their 12th meeting, I think, is tonight, and they've gotten progressively longer every day or every meeting because of the discussion. So everybody that's on the commission, I really appreciate what you're doing, because for me, I think as open and transparent this process is, it allows us to be defensible as well, because we want to make sure the public has as much input and the commission has as much input. Like I said in my comments a couple weeks ago, that I'd like a map that's endorsed by the public, endorsed by the commission, and finally adopted by the county. And hopefully with a few more changes, we can get that number that adheres and makes your job easier as the county council to defend if any time we're questioned that we weren't trying to do what the intent of the law and the commission or the census data was. So thank you, and thank you to everybody on the commission.
If I may, the commission has worked really hard, and they've been very attentive to their duties. If I can ask a favor, can I ask the members of the commission to stand up so we can recognize them?
Yeah, I see Andy Kane, I see Andrew.
Would you guys please stand up?
Solange. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, seeing none, then I'm going to bring it back for a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the report.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, now we're going to backtrack. Yes. Okay, now we're going to move back to the public comment period. Item number 4, it's an opportunity to speak on anything that is not on today's posted agenda. So if you're here to speak on the resolution, that will come up next. The public comment is limited to 5 minutes, and I do have 3 speaker cards for public comment, 4 speaker cards, 5 speaker cards. I'm going to see if you want to speak, I call your name and you want to speak on the resolution, then just let me know and we'll put you in the other pile. First one, Stephen Morrow. Yes, the resolution is regarding the vaccines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the other members of the board. Just a couple of points. The new Walmart in Ceres has opened, and to try to alleviate traffic in the area, a temporary traffic light has been posted on Mitchell Road, just north of the off-ramp from Highway 99, where the frontage road dead ends into it. Now, that's a new traffic light, and we've had some near misses because people are not used to seeing that light, and they're blowing through it when people coming from the frontage road have the right-of-way since they have the green light. And I've seen one incident where it was a real close call. So I'm wondering, is there any way that we can work to have a warning sign placed on the off-ramp as people come barreling down that off-ramp to see that there is a new traffic light? Because otherwise, you know, something serious is going to happen, and I'd hate to be the one to have to knock on someone's door that your loved one is no longer with us. So I realize that could get Caltrans and other agencies involved. It might not just be a county decision to make. And the second thing is just real quick on voting. I hear all these things about the CVAP and everything that you're trying to do to balance it, and it is a difficult thing to do. But CVAP is crap if people don't go out and vote. That is the critical thing. Wherever you're going to wind up, whatever district you get put in, go out and vote and make your voice heard, and then that's how you get representation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Joni Greep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
While I do support the resolution, my comment today is basically in general on public health and in particular our children in this county. So I'm going to read to you a statement from a well-respected pediatrician in California. At the FDA's hearing on COVID vaccines for 5 to 11-year-olds, Dr. Havers compared COVID deaths with the leading causes of death in this age group in 2019. The statistics sent waves of fear in our hearts as parents, grandparents, and pediatricians. If we were in 2019, COVID would be the 8th leading cause of death in children in 5 to 11 years of age. 66 deaths nationwide related to COVID-19 is nothing to make light of. Every single life counts. Every single death is a tragedy. But then I looked at the other leading causes of death, and I was devastated. As many 5 to 11-year-olds who died of COVID-19 from October 2020 to October 2021, 5 to 11, also died of suicide. I hope that gets your attention, gentlemen. 5 to 11. That same number died of suicide in 2019. Suicide, self-harm, in a 5 to 11-year-old. And this was pre-pandemic. Since the start of the pandemic, our kids have spiraled into crisis. In October 2021, just last month, the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and Children's Hospital Association declared a children's mental health national emergency. We don't know yet if the number of committed suicides in children and teens is higher during the pandemic. That data will come. But we do know that ER visits for suicide attempts has skyrocketed for our children. Not just in this state, nationwide. By the time kids are 18, 1 in 2 will be diagnosed with any mental health disorder. In 2019, there were 2,156 suicide deaths in youth 18 years and younger. I always cry in front of you guys. Oh, pull it together. Okay. For youth 15 to 25 years, suicide remains the second leading cause of death, far above any infectious disease. Eighth leading cause of death has become a public health rally cry for COVID vaccinations in our children. Where is the same public health rally cry for better outreach, support, and services for children, teens, parents, educators, and community service providers to prevent suicide and mental health disease in our youth? An epidemic that has been raging for decades. There is so much public health work to be done to finally make our kids a priority. Let's make sure they are not left behind again. Dr. Elisa Song. And her words, gentlemen, are my words. I have advocated for my son for 2 years. I'm sorry. And the policies that you decide as our leaders are affecting our children, and they continue to do so. So while I support the resolution, and I urge you to consider it greatly, and I know I'm not necessarily speaking to that today, I'm speaking to our kids and the bigger picture. We have been tunnel focused on COVID policies going on 2 years now, and we have decimated kids in our county over this. I watched my son deal with situational depression. My son, who is in a stable home, in a loving environment, who had all the support around him, and he struggled so deeply with a year of isolation, of no sports, and 5 hours a day in front of a computer for his schooling, an entire year. Please look at the bigger picture. Please consider our entire community. Please do not only look at statistics that are handed to you to put our community into a place of fear. It's destroying lives. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, Corinne Whitlow.
Hello, Corinne Whitlow. I'm going to keep this one kind of short because I have a lot to say today. First, I just want to say thank you. I feel like you guys are so receptive to your community. Sometimes we get off track. This buzzer goes off. You let us finish our thoughts. I really appreciate that. This is not, I don't think a lot of us thought we would be here last year, and most of us are not public speakers, even though we're getting pretty good at it. So thank you for that, and thank you for being receptive, especially Chance. I know you respond to all my emails. I really appreciate that. I do want to clarify from last week, I definitely don't want to be someone who spreads misinformation to the community. I did spout off a wrong statistic last week. The COVID death in California is 1.7%. This also kind of proves my point of people need to do their own research and their own math, so I just kind of want to put that out there. And then finally, I want to say, after what Newsom did about a week and a half ago and extended our state of emergency here in the state of California, to me, it's kind of confusing why our county public health doesn't find it a priority to have a COVID-19 update. Perhaps we're not actually in a state of emergency. And to kind of second what Joni had to say today, we do actually have a state of emergency on our children's mental health. We have to stop placing the burden of public health on our children, and we have to take the masks off our children. Thank you.
Thank you much. Next up, Yvonne Reynolds. Good morning.
Good morning. It's nice to see all your faces today. Back in January of this year, I did something for the first time that I had never anticipated doing before. I downloaded and printed out the petition to recall our current governor. As a citizen of the United States of America and of the state of California my entire life, I realized that I needed to do something. I stood outside my local grocery store for a few Saturdays and collected signatures. Honestly, it was one of the easiest things I've ever done. The funniest thing that happened was one lady came up to the table and she told me she thought I was selling Girl Scout cookies. But she said signing the recall petition was even better than Girl Scout cookies. I share this with you all because I think over the last 20 months, people in our country are starting to realize that our elected officials are no longer listening to the people they were elected to serve. Our Declaration of Independence states that when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Before March of 2020, I volunteered quite frequently for a nonprofit that partners children growing up in areas of extreme poverty around the world with sponsors who help those children with their spiritual, physical, socio-emotional health, as well as their education. I have had the opportunity to travel to areas of Mexico, El Salvador, and Colombia that tourists would never go to. The people in these communities make less than $1 a day. Traveling to these countries helped me to realize that we are way too comfortable here in the United States. But I think things are changing. I believe that God has a plan in all things, and maybe this was the wake-up call that those of us who believe in Jesus needed to happen to get us more involved in the local governments in our communities. All of you were elected to represent us here in the county. Most of us would rather not be here, but there is so much propaganda out there telling us that we need to be more concerned about the collective good than about our individual rights. A book that I have recently been reading has a quote, "We are being conditioned to surrender privacy and political liberties for the sake of comfort, convenience, and an artificially imposed social harmony." And another quote from the same book, "If a corporation with access to private data decides that progress requires suppressing dissenting opinions, it will be easy to identify the dissidents, even if they have not said one word publicly." I am sure that you are all aware that the Attorney General has labeled parents as domestic terrorists. I, for one, would rather do my part to speak out and speak up than to cower in fear. One of my favorite Bible verses is from the book of Esther, chapter 4, verse 14, which says, "For if you keep silent at this time," a little nervous, "relief and deliverance will rise for the Jews from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. And who knows whether you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this." I know there is a resolution on the agenda today, and I thank you for that. But I have to ask, does it go far enough? A question I read in a newsletter recently is one that I would love to have you all answer. How the Nuremberg Code that prohibits coercion became irrelevant, and now we face government-sponsored ultimatums requiring us to give up our bodily sovereignty. I do not want to see our county turn into San Francisco or LA, where children are being bribed with a teddy bear or free tickets to Disneyland to get an injection that may do more harm than the virus itself. We need to stop the mandates now. No masks, no jabs, stay away from our churches, let our families enjoy the days we have together here on earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvonne Thompson. Yeah. Here comes, okay, thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Now's the time. Please limit your comments to not talking about the resolution.
Hello, gentlemen. I really more or less have questions. I'm going to email her, or maybe you guys, maybe we can have a discussion, because really everything that I have to say is really questions for her. I'm going to say I do appreciate the resolution that's on the agenda today. I do have a couple questions regarding that. I don't know if you want me to wait. But speaking of coercion, like there's coercion going on all over. Like you look at lower income neighborhoods and it's pizza to get a job. Houston High, what Starbucks gift cards. What's going on in Modesto is $50 gift cards. And you know, my other question is why are we holding vaccine clinics on school campuses? Yeah. Why? There are many of other places. In Houston specifically, there's a health services agency right down the road that's even closer to houses. Houston High is actually farther away. It's more accessible. Like, and are you guys aware that you do not have to show proof of being a parent at these vaccine clinics that are held on campus? All you have to know is this child's name and date of birth. That's it. So if I feel so strongly about this vaccine and I happen to know this child, I can easily take this child without their parents' permission. I mean, this is what we have hospitals for, doctors' offices, like it's readily available. So, I mean, mainly, like I said, my questions are for her. I sent everybody an email, you know, hoping that maybe we could ask her for public health comment, but, you know, she's not here, which, like somebody else said. So we're in a state of emergency, so now we have a governor on vacation in Mexico, sitting on the beach, drinking margaritas, while we're all in here fighting for our freedoms. And our health doctor that, you know, is paid a pretty penny with all of our taxpayer money is not even here. And she can't seem to answer any questions that are not on her promptu. So maybe we can invite her and maybe she can ask some questions, because I have some questions regarding the masks, the new mandate that she put out regarding sports and the testing 3 times a week. There's a lot of medical staff in this room. I don't even believe that they are tested 3 times a week, and a lot of them work in COVID wards. I believe it's a little excessive. So can we facilitate that? And I mean, and as far as our resolution, like if we're going to do that, is that going to go into our schools? Is that going to go into our employment? Because at the end of it, it says, you know, but we're still going to follow federal and state guidelines. Like what does that mean? Does that mean that we're going to propose a resolution, but then if the feds come in?
We've got to stop talking about the resolution.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I forwarded your email to the Public Health Department. I
Okay.
did that when I received it, and so we'll wait for an answer.
All right.
So,
Fair enough.
All right. Thank you, Megan.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I remember specifically asking the question about children getting shots at school, and was told that parents have to be present with a permission slip and all documents signed. So I wanted to make sure that is still occurring.
Okay.
Supervisor Conniff, we'll be happy to follow up with you online. I also recall confirming what the standards were. I know the schools have requested some modifications to those standards, but we'll have to ask the question to find out what the current standard is in place. Certainly, as it's described today, wouldn't be consistent with what our understanding was.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Stephanie Dagry. I'm an RN in the area here. I do work in acute care in one of our largest hospitals here. I'm also a mother of 2 daughters. I am a grandmother, 2 grandsons. I'm the wife of a combat veteran. I am a very proud and patriotic American. And I'm also a fierce patient advocate and community advocate as well. A lot of what Megan said, actually everything that she said, I agree with and support. My issues too today have to do with the ineptitude of our public health officials and local representation and local leaders. Sorry, I keep saying that was one of the things I thought about. I got to stop saying that, but clearly public speaking's not my thing. There it goes again. So I've worked face-to-face with COVID in the hospital. I'm a float pool nurse, which means that I go all over the hospital. So I'm seeing at every level. And every nurse you talk to is going to give you a little bit different perspective because they see it in different phases of it. You're going to talk to someone in the emergency room and they're going to tell you what they see. You're going to talk to someone in the ICU, they're going to tell you what they see. You're going to talk to someone that's in one of our orthopedic floors or med-surg floors, and they're seeing a different side of it. So I have seen what our hospital protocols have done and how they have failed our patients in the hospital. I have had neighbors, family members, friends that have had COVID, and I have seen what early intervention, early ambulatory care, and preventative measures can do for COVID patients. And there is a dramatic difference between the two. I see our public health officials come here meeting after meeting after meeting, and they present you with very scary statistics, some of which many of the healthcare providers that are here with me in the audience don't necessarily agree with, because we are seeing it firsthand. We're experiencing it. So what we see when it doesn't match what our public health officials are presenting to the community and what the media is also presenting to our community, it's really disheartening for us. It's concerning. So we have been on the ground. We have been researching. We have been trying to provide our community members with better education, better access to taking care of themselves pre-COVID, and then once they're exposed to COVID. And I know you've been presented with all of this material. We have nurses that are working within the hospitals, trying to change protocols within their own hospitals. Some of our nurses that are working with us have presented information to you about protocols. I know St. Luke's here in our community is... there it goes again, my goodness. You can buzz me every time I say it. They are utilizing early intervention protocols. And I want to talk to public health and ask why. Why are they the only ones? Why aren't our large healthcare facilities, why isn't Sutter, Kaiser, all the other ones using these same early interventions? Because they do save lives. They limit severity of the disease. They prevent hospitalizations. It's a really big deal. So I want to say that we have a huge problem. COVID is not necessarily an emergency, but the overreach of our government and our public health is causing other emergent situations. We have, like was mentioned before, we have a huge decline in our mental health, an increase in suicide, huge. It's a big deal. Economic hardship on our businesses. We have failing education, kids that are missing out on socialization, social development, interaction, sports, physical activity, nutrition that they get through schools. Fear in our community, the fear is crippling people. You go out in public, you have some people in masks, some people not in masks. They can't make eye contact. They think that everyone else is the enemy, and there's a middle ground here. We have to get to the middle ground, and public health has to help us get there. In my opinion, they're not doing anything. Last week was the first meeting I saw them actually put a slide on all their scare tactics that actually said something about how we should take care of our physical health and boosting our immunity. Why is it 21 months later and we're just now starting to add that to their presentations? I just keep hearing vax, get the vax on the TV, in our kids' shows, on the radio station. Why aren't we using some of the money and some of the influence that public health has to say, take some vitamin C, take vitamin D, take zinc, selenium, quercetin, NAC. My goodness, it's over. Anyways, I think you get my point. I hope you all got my email. We need to do more. And I hope you guys can help us do more. I hope that you can help us communicate with public health, and we need to see some changes soon. It's too late. It's been too long.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm a resident of Patterson and have 2 kids attending Walnut Grove. I am here this morning to voice my opposition in regards to vaccine mandates and vaccine passports, as they have been called. I feel very strongly as a parent that I should have the choice to vaccinate my kids. If I don't vaccinate my child and the vaccine mandates go through, I will be forced to make a decision. Either vaccinate my child or take them out of public school and homeschool, of which I will take the latter. My heart goes out to those parents that because of jobs and responsibilities, homeschooling their kids is not even an option. When you are given two choices, both with, I can't even talk. Both which you don't agree with, that doesn't seem like a choice at all. It seems like we are being given an ultimatum, and we cannot disguise and treat it like a choice. Vaccine passports will be telling people in this community that if they don't get vaccinated, they can't work, they can't provide for their families. Imagine the impact that will have on those families and businesses. I beg you guys to receive the information from those with higher power and not just comply. We need to go over the information that we have been given and see how that will negatively or positively impact our communities. Our government has turned this from a public health emergency to an overreach of power. It would be naive to think that the government has never done anything solely based on financial gain. Unfortunately, there is a lot of money at play with all these vaccines. I beg you guys to take a stand for your people and community and prohibit the mandates trying to be imposed on us.
Can we get your name?
Yes. I filled a paper, but I guess they didn't call me.
Is it on 7.3?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, because you never brought up a resolution. You could have waited for that. That was really good.
Oh, okay, so I'm in the right spot then.
Which one?
Tahiri Palomino.
Okay, thank you. And if, so I'm going to go back to the next person. If it's 7.3, if you want to speak on the resolution, I'll call your name.
Okay. I think hers is also not necessarily about the resolution.
Okay. Come forward. Howdy, there it is.
Hi, good morning. My
Good
name
morning.
is Vanessa. My name is Vanessa Santos. I'm a resident of Stanislaus County, but I grew up in the Bay Area. I'm a mother of 2 boys, a 9-year-old and a 4-year-old, and a stepmom to a 13-year-old as well. I'm homeschooling my 9-year-old. I just pulled him out of the school system last year because I knew these mandates were coming sooner or later. He was coming home with headaches and telling me it was hard for him to breathe. Those kids are at school wearing them for hours a day. My 4-year-old son suffered his first-time seizure a few months ago. It was one of the worst nightmares we've ever experienced. We still haven't got any answers on what could have caused it, but I would have never even think of giving him an experimental drug where we have no clue what the long-term effects could be, just so he could be a part of society or go to school. As we all know, the virus rarely affects kids. Maybe some of you do believe that you're doing the right thing, but I'm also sure that there will come a time where it will maybe even affect your life or your freedom. And that's exactly why we need to do something about these mandates now. People are losing their jobs over this, people's lives are being destroyed, and many of us are being forced to make huge sacrifices and changes to our lives because these mandates, and all because of a virus with the very highest arrival rate. I take a look at San Francisco where you can't enter certain places unless you're vaccinated. I'm embarrassed to even say I grew up in the Bay Area at times because of this mess and seeing how they are just blindly complying. We cannot let this happen in Stanislaus County. I'm in disbelief that we're living in such times like this. I am in total support of the resolution because there is no room in America for discriminating or segregating anyone depending on their vaccination status. There are safe and approved medications that can cure and prevent COVID-19, but they aren't getting the support from public health. All the focus is on getting everyone vaccinated. I don't mind what others do with their body, that's their choice, but I do also believe we should have the right to choose what's right for us and for our children as well. What's wrong is wrong, and I'm willing to stand with all of these people over and over again at these meetings until we see things going in a different direction. I appreciate you taking the time to listen, and I hope you really take the resolution into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to repeat myself. Just talk about something that's not on today's posted agenda, so don't bring up the resolution, please.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Steingrebe. And I'm just curious about the masks for the children. What is it going to take to have them removed. That's what I want. I want to know, what is the criteria? What is that looking like? Because, every week I have children, one in high school, one junior high, one in elementary. And every week I'm receiving an email saying, there's been an exposure at your school, there's been an exposure, there's been an exposure. And guess what? The kids go home, they quarantine, they go back to school, life goes on. Why can't we do that without the mask? Why can't I receive the email saying, there's been an exposure? And then the kids go home, they quarantine like they're doing now, they go back to school, life goes on. Why? What does it make a difference? A couple years ago, there was a flu outbreak at my child's school. My child went to school. There were 5 kids in his class that day. Everyone else was homesick. Guess what? Everyone went home. They quarantined, got themselves better, and went back to school. There was no, we have to have extreme measures. Everyone has to be 6 feet apart, or everybody needs to wear masks. No, everybody just went home, got, rested, and went back to school when they were better, and life went on. There weren't these extreme measures. I don't understand what the difference is. What happened? Where is the difference? I don't understand. It's like, are we using our brains? I don't get it. Because it's the same situation in a different year. And so that's what I'm asking. I'm asking you guys to please don't look at this, all these things that are being said online, or just think for yourselves. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, how did we deal with these types of things? And did they work? And they did. They did. It was okay to get sick. That's what happens. It's real life. People get sick, and you get better, and you go back to school. And so I want to know, what is it going to take to get these masks removed? And is there a certain amount of hospitalizations that the kids have to have, like under a certain amount? Because I'm pretty sure we're probably under that amount, a certain amount of deaths that they have to be under for us to get the mask stuff, because I'm sure we probably are under that as well. So please, think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Mary Ann Spikes. I wanted to thank you for serving your community. And I tried to request a public record request for how many people experiencing homelessness have died, but apparently they're not taking stats on that, or if there are stats, they don't collect them in such a manner where you can deliver them when there's a public records request. But somehow, if they said if I were to go down to the sheriff's office, I would be able to find it that way. Now, to me, that sounds like there are public records. So why wasn't I delivered that information? That's one thing.
Marianne, can I just clarify, this is just deaths of homeless people?
People experiencing homelessness,
Yeah.
or housing insecurity, or anything like that. The definition is fuzzy. But I think any marginalized group, there should be stats for that. And because my concern is, if they're not being treated when they come asking for help, and they're turned away until they can come back until they're worse, and then when they're worse, they're put on ventilators, and the drugs that they give to ventilator folks, if they're not closely monitored, these are emergency use authorized concoctions of end-of-life drugs, basically. So if there's a lot of patients on ventilators, they can't be closely monitored. Is it still in emergency use status? I want to know about that. I ask questions all around. I am not getting answers. And so also, it's ironic that this morning there was no COVID update on the stats, because as soon as I asked the question all around about pay attention to the stats, because if it's enough to take off the mask mandate, indoor mask mandate, then the death rate should go down, right? Well, the reason I ask that is because the last time the rates were going down, the death rates went up, which makes no sense. So I'm like, let's pay attention this time. And now they're not doing updates. I don't even get a text to my phone anymore. As soon as I ask the question, no more updates. Why? I just have this weird gut feeling, okay? I think our health professionals are not responsible for this. I appreciate our health professionals. Public health, whole nother story. The people doing all the government overreach, whole nother story. If more people are dying because of the policies they're making, if the death stats correctly reflect the data, the actual boots on the ground data, and they're going up when infections are going down, it feels to me in my gut like in Germany they had smokestacks to either pay attention to or ignore. We have death stats texted to our phones until we ask about it. I want to know what's going on. It doesn't seem right to me. Something's off. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wants to speak during public comment? Please please come forward. If you could get in the aisle.
Hi, my name is Cameron Bonsack. I think I put the wrong thing on my little yellow thing.
You put 7.3.
Yes, I
Okay.
was mistaken.
So you want to speak during public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning to everyone. I work for county mental health, and we have these mandates, these policies that everyone's supposed to be vaccinated unless there's a medical or religious exemption. So the unvaccinated staff need to test weekly, but the vaccinated staff do not test weekly. We serve children and families in the community, some could say the most vulnerable community members. And it actually, we know that vaccinated people are catching COVID and spreading COVID. I caught COVID from a vaccinated person. I'm unvaccinated, have medical and religious exemptions. But our staff are not being tested in our meeting with clients and meeting with families and with each other, potentially exposing each other to COVID. So it doesn't seem appropriate. It seems that everyone should be tested weekly if we want to make sure that we are providing the safest services. Additionally, in county employees, many of them are very low on their sick time and their vacation time, and anyone that is positive for COVID would be off for 2 weeks with their own sick time or vacation time, or if they've ran out, it would be on 0 time. So if you factor that in with the fact that there's vaccinated staff that are likely infected because we're not testing them, and they are fearful of being without income, they are likely not to get tested because they're stuck in a position of do I potentially infect others, or do I risk not making my car payment or house payment? So I feel like, especially since we are the county, we should test everyone, and I would like to see if there was a way we could look into the budget to supplement the time off for quarantine, which would encourage everyone to come forward and be tested. And we would provide safer for our staff and our community members. I bought this on Amazon. It's the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. And I'm 62 years old, and I never read it, and I just barely begun to read it. And I'm not proud that I haven't read it. But this is what I'm learning, the law of the land. And laws are made by legislatures, and they must be constitutionally They can't go against the Constitution. But these masks and vaccine mandates are not laws, and they're not constitutional from what I'm reading. And I could be wrong, and I'm still going to read more, and I'll come back and let you know if I'm wrong. But each of you took an oath to the Constitution. And we were born with an inalienable, we were born with God-given rights. And the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence upholds that. And I feel very strongly from what I'm reading and learning that these mandates, these masks for county employees, for the community, for our children, are not constitutional, that they're against the Constitution. And I want to, as I read, I want to ask if, I didn't know this until I started reading this, but maybe we could all, you guys too, could review it to make sure that what we're doing in our county is not going against the Constitution. And another thing, I got COVID from a vaccinated friend who got COVID. She had COVID, she got the vaccine, she got COVID. Me and there's 3 of us that live in the house. None of us are vaccinated. We thought we had the flu. It was a horrible flu, achy pain, nausea, couldn't do anything. I took the test. 2 days into it, I was positive for COVID. I spent $350 with America's Frontline Doctors, so I had ivermectin for humans and their whole kit. Within hours of taking it, I was up doing yard work. Next day, I was out bear hunting, fishing. My roommates took horse paste, ivermectin, horse paste over the counter at the feed store for like $8. Took the same vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, and Z-Pack that Frontline Doctors gave me, and they are equally healed and recovered equally within hours. Thank you.
Thank you much. Your comments? Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we're going to close the public comment period. Going to move on to the consent calendar. There is a written comment that I will address on B5. There's a public comment to be pulled for B6. Any supervisor want to pull any other items? Anyone in the public want to comment on any other items? Okay, so what I'm going to do first is on B5, and just so everyone knows, it's the approval of an agreement with the Public Health Institute for COVID-19 case investigation and contact tracing from the Health Services Agency. I said B, that's B5. Yeah. And Corinne Whitlow wants to speak on this item.
Thank you. Corinne Whitlow. So I took a look at the item from the agenda, and I just, it's a lot of money there, and I know this has already started, so my comment is kind of for the future, I guess. I'm interested in looking back over the last 21 months of contact tracing that we've been doing within our county. What type of data do we have which would support to continue to throw funds at this? What do those trends look like? I know we do not have school data for children, so it's concerning to me that we're going to throw more money at contact tracing when, in my opinion, we haven't been contact tracing our children, which now we have other things that we're doing with lack of data. See what else. Like I said, over $300,000 there from November 1st to January 30th for investigation and contact tracing. So that means we have about 10 more weeks of chasing the virus. I feel like we can chase the virus forever. I would love to hop in front of the virus and do something that would actually, in my opinion, make an impact for our community, maybe throw some money into our healthcare infrastructure or some money into educating our public. I know there have been some amazing flyers around that maybe we can get some more support for. Like I said, we are following the virus. I want to hop in front of it. I know we have 10 more weeks until this whole process, January 31st, is over. Then what? Does Health Service Agency come back and ask for $300,000 more and we do it for another 3 months? And, you know, do we have the data to support this? And like I said, if you need help spending money, I think we can help you with that. And where does it stop? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Received an email in the record from Deborah Kaftenow, and sharing some of your same sentiments. So thank you very much. All right, so that's all I have on, I'm just making sure I didn't write any other notes. That's it. Okay, so any board members? No one want to pull anything? Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Are we still talking about B5?
No, we're talking about it collectively unless you want to
I
take it
actually
separately.
had a couple questions
Okay.
in regard to some of it that's in the discussion body. Local hospitals meeting surge capacity, requiring some patients to receive care out of the area. From my understanding, if I remember back correctly, that we only had maybe 2 or 3 that went out of the county for treatment. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can't speak to those numbers, but I will ask Mary Ann Lilly, our Executive Director for the Health Services Agency, to address your question. Supervisor Condit.
Good morning. I don't have, the hospitals would have the data in terms of how many patients went out. It was more than a few, though, but it is, each time there's been a surge. So we've been through 3 pretty significant surges, and at times the hospitals, generally, the first thing they do is to move them within their own system. If they have room in another facility elsewhere, that's what they'll do to make sure that they can give the standard of care to all patients. So I don't have a number. We could work with the hospitals and try to get that, but that happens in the healthcare system.
So is that inter-facility transfers here locally, or is that, because when the first surge or when COVID first started, they had outside hospitals set up, so to speak, at Arco Arena. And I know that was one collection point that if local hospitals started to get overwhelmed, that was one of the areas that patients were going to be taken. And from my understanding, that we only did that maybe 2 times, 3 times.
You're right. I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. In terms of the alternate care site, you are right. But others have been, and I think that's really the experience that the state learned, that it was better to find other hospitals where there were available beds and services, rather than having that alternate care site where you have, because it's also, a lot of it's about staffing, right? So if you keep the staffing in all the hospitals, add staffing to the existing hospitals if necessary to build that capacity, that became the preferred strategy in terms of surge. So in terms of Stanislaus County residents who needed hospitalization and didn't get it in one of our facilities, but went to another facility, that's the part that I'm not sure, but it was more than a few.
But you're referring to Kaiser moving people from Kaiser Modesto to Kaiser Walnut Creek or
Right.
some other facility of theirs, depending on where there was open capacity.
Right, or Sutter, or right, exactly.
Okay, and still in the discussion portion of the agenda item, only 57.3% of Stanislaus County residents age 12 and over are fully vaccinated, leaving many residents still vulnerable to illness and potential serious disease. Is that 57%, is that taking in natural immunity? And is there a way that we have that information?
That data is from just vaccination.
Just vaccination?
It's vaccination.
Okay.
And that number has been higher before, but as we add population, it continues to go down because it's the...
Right.
Right, because the 5 to 11s have been added to the eligible.
Still in the discussion part of the agenda item, by early summer, the state discontinued the lone staffing arrangement, and at this time is no longer supporting its contracted staffing service with Public Health Institute. That's who we're talking about here. So why did the state stop using them?
I believe that the state agreement was grant funded, and I think that grant came to an end. But then, over time, more and more funding was flowing to the local health jurisdictions as well. And so it was, it was looked to the local jurisdictions to use their surveillance monies that were coming locally to support that if needed.
Okay. In the breakout, when we have breakouts in schools, do the schools do contact tracing?
Yes, they do some of that, and then we've got staff that are assisting the school staff, providing technical assistance. And then there's systems, there's information that's collected. In terms of this agreement, these are remote workers that are working in that whole case investigation contact tracing state data system. And what we have been trying to do is really to have the cases that PHI work on be those that we've not identified as being part of a school or a business outbreak or a congregate setting, so that our local staff that are working with those facilities or institutions are working on those. So that's one reason why having this contract is helpful, because we're able to kind of segregate which cases, which part of the mitigation is being done by PHI. They also offer some weekend work too, so that's been helpful to us after such a long time of running a long schedule of case investigation and contact tracing.
So the remote workers that say they could be in Oklahoma doing contact tracing and logging onto the computers.
I believe that's correct. I don't know physically where the staff.
We wouldn't know physically where they're doing it from.
No, I don't know.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
Just real quick, Marion, thanks for coming up here and talking about this. So I know I've bugged you 100 times probably about this contact tracing stuff too. And I know that we do contact, prior to COVID, we did contact tracing, right? And public health would do contact tracing in other instances, other flus or whatever, we'd have
measles,
that. But
yes.
never to the extent that we've done it for this. So do you feel, I know we're just talking about this through January, I think, in this contract. Do you, what do you anticipate?
Good question, because that is partly what delayed our bringing this to you, because when we were looking at the scope of what PHI had been doing before and trying to make sure that we're using dollars effectively and the right amount, not wanting to extend. We're concerned about the winter. We're still concerned about the winter, and so that's why we put this just really through the winter surge and the anticipation of a potential winter surge, and not planning for this to go beyond the end of January. We may need to, but we didn't want to commit. We didn't want to commit to that. We also took a look at, well, what size of staffing would we need, and we tried to narrow this down to the minimum that we thought, that we felt comfortable with, not knowing for sure what, I don't know what's going to happen. Holidays are coming. We're not sure what the numbers are going to be. But we scaled this down, really trying to make sure we're being effective with public dollars.
Okay, good. And then just the last thing, I know they mentioned it a little bit here in public comment, but I appreciate, and I know we didn't do an update here, but I appreciate, the preventative stuff that we are working on. I mean, do you feel like we're making progress as far as, we talked about the various clinics and potential for the monoclonal antibodies and all the other stuff that we've talked about last time. How's that going?
I think we're just trying to go at it from every direction we can.
Perfect.
We want this to end as badly as everyone else wants to.
So you feel like you're making progress on all of that? Okay.
And we do get responses. So, we're not just making phone calls. We do get folks talking with us and asking us questions. So in terms of is this effective, yes, we still think it is, and it does still give us information that we use as we try to move forward.
It just seems like it'd be a great opportunity at that time, if we're doing this tracing, we get somebody on the phone, then to say, if they are exposed and then they become infected, that here's what you could probably do, to keep yourself out of the hospital. I'm sure it's a good opportunity, probably, but I don't know if the contact tracers do that, if they go that far.
the script that the case investigation workers go through multiple times suggests that the individual contact your healthcare provider for more. And as questions come up, we don't have to just stay with the script. We try to we want to make sure we're answering the questions. We're trying to keep people healthy and safe.
We know you are. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Could we request that that be added into the script that they read?
Right now, so I went back and looked. I hadn't looked at it for a while. I went back and looked at that script, and it talks about getting rest, staying hydrated, and contacting your healthcare provider. If symptoms worsen, contact your healthcare provider. It's healthcare. It's a one-on-one situation. So there's.
How about adding locations where monoclonal antibodies could be, where they could get the service, that have been able enough or feel good enough about publicly speaking about where they can get it, such as the Patterson?
Let's take a look. We'll take a look and see how far we could go without it sounding like we're prescribing a treatment, because that we couldn't do. But we'll take a look at it and see see if there's something more that we could say that would help in that direction. Because we've done so much work to try to make sure that that's available to individuals. It's not available to all individuals. So it's that there's a health assessment and some eligibility, but. We'll take a look at that and see if there's something more that we could add to the script.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for answering our questions today. Could you kind of go into the relationship of what we are doing and also the state's Cal Connect system, and what is the correlation and the relationship between that? Do we have equal access to the data that the state has, that we have? Is it all kind of accumulated, or?
Yes. When the pandemic started, there really wasn't a statewide communicable disease database system, or not just database, but even the algorithm with the script, with the questions and whatnot. And so different jurisdictions were just doing what they could. A couple of them had kind of a homegrown system. Almost all, not all, but almost all counties now are on that Cal Connect system, including us. So that lab reporting system, when the lab information comes into the state, there's a process, and it ends up getting into the Cal Connect system. I'm remembering now too. Earlier it was just case investigation, and the contact tracing was separate. That's all now in that Cal Connect system. So it has evolved. I want to tell you that it hasn't. What's happening today isn't what was happening at first, and it's evolved. But we are using the Cal Connect system, and we have access to the data. I can't tell you if we can query anything that you would ask. I don't know that. I'd have to.
But there is more uniformity across the board.
Yes.
Okay, good. And
yes.
If we were not to approve this, we would therefore would not have access. Is that correct?
No. Good question. No, this is about having more individuals available to make contact as we get those new positive cases every day. Yeah, it really augments the staffing, and but it's all in the Cal Connect system. So they have remotely access to that same state system. Mm-hmm. We would have difficulty if this isn't approved. We would have difficulty reaching people. We just wouldn't we wouldn't be able to contact and provide service to as many members in the community if we don't have this.
And what has been our working relationship with the private sector in contact tracing? As far as, do they report to us?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes. They're required to, but many have been really good to work with and have reached out and wanted help and assistance and some advice on how to prevent. private sector doesn't, they need their staff there working. I don't need them, want them out sick, right? So we have, I mean, I feel strongly that we have helped businesses to put some practices in place to try to prevent spread and keep employees healthy and working.
Well, I just think as long as we're continuing to explore not only preventative measures, but proactivity and being proactive and trying to, like Ms. Whitlow kind of referenced, trying to get ahead of it. I think that is our objective in trying to keep people out of the hospital, trying to keep people healthy, and preventative measures.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the information.
Thank you.
Mary Ann, I have one more question that popped up. Now, you talked about the contract augmenting your workforce. So is it augmenting, or is it going to allow our county employees who have been working out of grade go back to their original positions?
Well, most of our staff most of them have gone back to the programs from which they came.
Right.
And then as we have, if we see some increases, then sometimes maybe on Monday mornings, you're going to remotely do some case investigation, and Thursdays, so we keep trying to scale with the trends. But we've had PHI helping we had state staff, you may recall, helping, and most of the state staff have gone back to their jobs. We, in our county, don't have any state staff assisting any longer. So PHI has been helping for, I don't remember how many months, but many months have been helping. So if we didn't have, I hope I'm answering your question.
No, you
so
are.
they're augmenting, but we kind of keep trying to scale and flex as the
Cases rise and fall.
Yes, right.
And I would like to just clarify, just to make sure thorough understanding, we may not have state staff helping in the county emergency operation right now, but that doesn't mean they may not be assisting local providers in some capacity as well. So I know that just last week, we understood they were assisting some local providers. So we do have state resources in the community, maybe just not embedded in our operation right now.
Right, not doing the case investigation. Thank you, Jody.
Thanks for that mini update on COVID.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Pleasure of the board. Want to take it all together? Take it all together? Okay. Consent calendar together. Looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve all consent calendar items.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we're going to take a very short recess so we can go to the bathroom, use the bathroom, and we'll reconvene in 3 minutes. So don't leave. I will slowly tell everyone to grab your seat. As I'm waiting for Supervisor Withrow to get back, I do want to acknowledge that I did have a written comment also for item B6, which was the approval of the current agreement between the County of Stanislaus and California Forensic Medical Group for inmate health care system. And it was from Keen Chuckwanetta, there we go, talking about some contract issues. So I just wanted to acknowledge that because I forgot it. And so I'm going to go out of order so that, because I know what everyone's waiting for, if that's okay, I'm going to go ahead and take item 7.3 first, and that's consideration of a resolution prohibiting proof of COVID-19 vaccine for access to Stanislaus County facilities, programs, and services. And I'm going to turn it over to CEO Hayes, and we do have some written comments also that I will acknowledge.
Thank you very much, Chairman Chiesa, members of the board, and as always, members of the public for joining us this morning. And you just recited our subject title that we're working off here, consideration of a resolution prohibiting proof of COVID-19 vaccine for access to Stanislaus County facilities, programs, and services. My introduction to this item is going to be very, very brief. I want to acknowledge that over the last 6 months, as vaccines have become widely available, we have noted that some jurisdictions, particularly in California, have implemented policies related to vaccination status for members of their communities that could be perceived as impacting their access to community services. We made it clear in our organization in Stanislaus County throughout this time, under my existing authority as the Chief Executive Officer, that no such policies would be implemented in the county organization. After speaking with many of you up here with me, over the last couple of months, we felt it was important to codify that policy through a formal resolution of the Board of Supervisors, and that's why we're here today with this draft resolution. We've drafted a short and simple version of this resolution for your consideration today, and obviously, like all resolutions, we'll take any feedback or changes you would like to propose. That's it.
Perfect. And so I'm going to acknowledge first off the folks that sent in letters on item 7.3, Jamie Vasquez, Anthony Vasquez, Lisa Treveo, Stanislaus Concerned Citizens, and they're all in support, by the way. Charmaine Peterson, Chiquetta Deering, Donna Ribeiro, and Lisa Estrella. Yeah, Estrella, and they're all in support of the proposed in some form. So with that, I'm going to bring it first to the board. Any questions, thoughts, and then we'll turn it over and do public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have some thoughts. I do agree with the resolution. However, I did take the liberty of making a few changes, and those copies have been distributed to the rest of the board here, and what I'd like to do is go ahead and read that. Bear with me, I'm not the best whereas therefore writer, so we'll work through it, and I would also be open to any changes or improvements. Whereas county residents must have the opportunity to conduct everyday business and obtain local government services for their health, safety, and well-being. And whereas the county values individual freedom to choose medical treatment and patient privacy. And whereas equal access to county facilities, programs, and services is essential to fair and equitable government operations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors does hereby prohibit proof of COVID-19 vaccination as a requirement for access to Stanislaus County facilities, programs, and services. The Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors also believe individuals and families in the unincorporated areas of Stanislaus County should be able to conduct everyday business without revealing their vaccine status. And I would be open to improving that and possibly also adding Stanislaus County employees into this resolution.
Okay. So before, you go ahead and comment.
I'm just going to need clarification on that very last part. I'm not sure what that means, Supervisor Condit, so if you could explain what changes, if any, you're proposing as it relates to the county workforce.
Not mandating a vaccine. Now, I realize that some of our county employees already are working under a mandate because they have medical license or they've already been mandated by federal or state laws, so to speak. I'm not coming up with the right word, but basically saying that we will not mandate Stanislaus County employees to have a mandated vaccine, and that they have an option to opt out, which I know they do, but I think it would be best if we memorialize that in a resolution.
So
we currently do not have any mandates for employees that differ from those mandates that have been handed down by the California Department of Public Health. And so I just want to clarify, does your amendment or proposed concept here, is it just talking about those mandates that would be over and above the California Department of Public Health, or is it suggesting that somehow this county organization would not follow the requirements of the California Department of Public Health?
Well, I think that the sticking point is that some of these state licenses that, or the license that they possess to do their job are somewhat governed by the state. And they're fearful that if they don't follow the mandate, which has been handed down by the state, they will lose their license. And we want to make sure that they have an option out from the vaccine. And I know we do that, but I'm talking about employees that don't hold those licenses here in Stanislaus County. And maybe I'm not explaining it well enough, but that's kind of the direction. And I look forward to the rest of the board here to try to straighten that out.
I'll reserve other questions, but I'll probably have some more questions. Thank you.
I just want to check real quick with regard to the vaccine mandates for where we do have mandates for employees that come down from the state. I know we have religious and medical exemptions, and so how do we go about, how's that happen? I want to understand that process. So if somebody has a religious exemption or a medical exemption, we're not getting too far into that, right? If somebody presents that, how's that work, Jody?
So when the California Department of Public Health issued those guidelines, and when you go and look at the specific state order, there is very little teeth to those guidelines. So there's nothing that would suggest or support from our legal interpretation, and we've done a lot of legal analysis on this issue, that would support an organization prying into an employee's personal religious feelings or beliefs to try to justify why they would claim that religious belief. And therefore, we created as simple as possible of a form that employees check a box on that form. We do not ask them to validate or explain their rationale decision-making, and we don't go into any analysis on that form. They just need to fill out the form and check a box.
Okay, so that's a good thing. Okay. Okay, so good. I want to maybe do kind of the same thing that Buck did a little bit with some additional things I want to add here. And first, I just want to thank everybody. You know, we go through the week, we hear all the stuff that goes on. It's depressing, and the stuff we hear on the news and everything that's been going on for the last 20 months. But I got to tell you, when we come in here and meetings, when we have people show up, it really does gives me, and I'm sure a lot of us up here on the board, kind of just really gives us hope that there's still a chance. When I see somebody coming up with a Constitution, and I see somebody, saying things that, it's how the system used to work, and we're getting back to it, and I think that's a great thing that everybody's here. We might not all agree on how to get to that end place, but we're having the conversations, and that's what it's all about. So I just, like I said, I got to tell you, and I know all of us feel that way up here. It really it invigorates us to some extent, at least to me, to have these conversations and stuff. Okay, so. I wanted to add a little bit more, and this is, again, I know we're making salami up here in front of everybody, and Jody, thank you. This is a good starting spot to go as far as I'm concerned, but there's a couple I want to add. First, and I don't know how we're going to get there because we're all adding these things and saying this stuff, so Tom, I'm sorry that we're doing this, but let's see where we go and what we have the votes for anyway. The line that we have in here, whereas the county values freedom and patient privacy, I really wanted to just strike that, and I'd like for us rather to have in that spot, the Board of Supervisors expresses support for the rights of individuals and families living in this jurisdiction to direct their own health future. And that's just a line right out of an El Dorado County resolution is where I'm pulling that from. I'm going to say that again. Just the Board of Supervisors expresses support for the rights of individuals and families living in this jurisdiction to direct their own health future. That's one that I wanted to add. In kind of in place of this, I just felt that was kind of weak. County values individual freedoms and patient's privacy. I wanted to put a little bit more in that. And again, we'll see what we have the votes for, if we have this or not. And then the other one I wanted to add is just another whereas to this would be whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to express opposition to vaccine mandates in both the public and or private sector. I just want to, public or private context is what they say in this one. So I just want us to actually make that statement if we have the support for that. I don't know where that puts everybody. So, okay, sorry.
Would you mind just reading that last one again, please?
Yeah. Whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to express opposition to vaccine mandates in both the public and or private sectors is what I think it should say. Public or private sectors. It's just a resolution that we're making the statement. I know we don't have any control over stopping it, but I just want us to make a statement that that's how, that we, like I said, to me, I guess it's me at this point. We'll see if it's we when we get there, but that we oppose vaccine mandates, that people should have the right to do to make that decision. So that's all I got.
Any other thoughts before I go to public? That's the public.
Well, I do think, I do oppose vaccine mandates, especially for public services. I do think we need to be considerate of the private sector. If they do want to choose to do what they want to do in their private business, we need to be respectful of that. But as far as mandating anything in the county and what we do in the public, I'm absolutely against any sort of mandates.
So, both of the resolutions that we've heard from Supervisor Condit and Supervisor Withrow, I think get the intent that we're trying to achieve. The opposition, just a blanket opposition, I also like Supervisor Chance Condit because I don't know where that puts us for liability, and maybe the county council can bring in. I would hate to see a restaurant or somebody, a business, have some kind of, whether we believe in it or not, have a outbreak or a spread, and then they're saying, well, we would have loved to, do this, but the county said we don't have to do this, and therefore, now you guys need to go deal with the county on that issue rather than dealing with us. So, and in business, you can go to any business and it still says, we refuse the right to serve anyone. I don't want to take that right away from them, and I think this overreach would take that right from somebody because there was an issue that happened here. I'm not going to go into detail, but it was scrutinizing a business that served certain customers. That's not our jurisdiction. We can't tell who you want to serve. I mean, just like we want our freedoms upheld, we want to let the business owners make their decisions for themselves as well. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You can't have it both ways. I think where we just do a blanket statement on businesses. As far as services, I'm the first one to support it because there's people that use our community services agency, use our child support services, and I don't want to be an impediment from a child for their parent or their mother or father try to go get resources for them, and the impediment is, well, you can't come into this facility because you're not vaccinated. I think that's an impediment, so I'm supportive of that, but that's the only one I have an issue with, is just a blanket statement trying to tell businesses how to conduct themselves.
Perfect, so maybe we could, I can amend that, or just change that statement to, whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to express opposition to vaccine mandates in the public sector. And another reason to do this is, as I look at our superintendent, the county office of education superintendent of schools, Scott Kuykendall, he came out with a resolution, with regard to the schools, and I just think it's great that we can kind of support each other and hopefully embolden each other a little bit here. So, anyway, so if I can pull out the private part.
And then before it comes back to us, if you have all the corrections, if we could get a hard copy, because I don't think very quickly. All right, I'm going to go out to the public if there's no other comments. All right, first up is Timothy Benefield, followed by Stephen Morrow.
Good morning, and Mr. Chairman and members of the board. And last time I spoke here, it was first time, I didn't even see this thing until the red light went off, but I know it's there this time, so hopefully do a little better. I wanted to just take a moment to express my 100% support for any proposal like this, any resolution like this. One thing that I find as I've been learning more about each of you, didn't really know much about you but names until about a month or so ago, to my shame. But I know one thing I feel a kinship with you in is that I am called, according to the Bible, a minister of the gospel, a minister of the New Testament. The Bible also calls you ministers, very same word. And of course, if you look at a definition from that Webster's 1828 dictionary of minister, that's kind of the time period that this Bible is being translated into English. You find that a minister is a chief servant, and that's how I see myself, and I hope how you all see yourself. I'm not saying you don't, because I don't know you well enough to say that, but we all have the privilege of serving the public, and I sometimes feel like what's happening around our country is that people in authority, and sometimes pastors sadly do as well, began to see themselves as above and elite and telling everybody what to do and how to do it. And so I see us as servants. I mean, I could turn right here to Romans 13, which very much addresses the fact that we are supposed to respect and obey authorities over us, specifically civic authorities here. 3 times in verse 4 of Romans 13, it talks about the government is the minister of God. It says it a few sentences later, he is the minister of God. And a couple verses later, it says again, for they are God's ministers, and attending continually upon this very thing. And so, as I see, for example, right now in Australia, I see a leader who is not serving his people. He has become an authoritarian over them and actually using the police to round people up to take them to quarantine camps. Well, if we start having vaccine mandates, that's where that ultimately has to go at some point, if we allow the vaccine mandates to become law or to settle into our daily lives. And so I appreciate very much the stand that you guys are seeming willing to take, and support it very much. I was going to mention this the last time I was here and then ran out of time, but I find it very interesting, this is right off the CDC's own website, that in September of this year, just a few weeks ago, the definition of the word vaccination was changed just kind of quietly. It did say that vaccination is the act of introducing a vaccine into the body to produce immunity to a specific disease. And their definition of immunity is if you are immune to a disease, you can be exposed to it without becoming infected. And of course, we've seen clearly that that's not the case with the vaccines. Lots of people are getting the vaccine and still getting infected. And so this is not a vaccine that we're even talking about. It's experimental medication. And so they changed. They had to, because they weren't fulfilling their own definition of immunity and a vaccine. And what they've changed it to now is that vaccination is the act of introducing into the body a vaccine into the body. They just changed one word to, instead of to produce immunity, to produce protection from a specific disease, a very watered down word. And based on that definition right there, when I take vitamin C, I'm taking a vaccine, because that vitamin C boosts my immune system, and that is far more good to protect me against a virus than what the current so-called vaccine is doing. And so I see a shifting of goalposts. I see a shifting towards authoritarianism. I see a shifting towards despotism, as I mentioned last time, if we allow these things to go into place. And so I sense that to a certain degree, perhaps all these things being brought up right now are not completely necessary. As I listened to you talk, I didn't know what everybody's stance was before I came in today. But I do want to just express, and I can speak, I know the general consensus of both of the churches that I pastor in Patterson and Modesto. There's a lot of them are afraid to come down here and speak as well, just for being nervous and all that. But this is where they stand. Some of them have the vaccine, some of them don't, but nobody wants it to be mandatory. And I'll finish with this quote that you may be familiar with. One of our founding fathers, Patrick Henry, said, "Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." That's really where we should be, is I'm more interested in liberty than safety at any cost. And I hope that that is the stance that you're taking, it seems like, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Stephen Morrow, followed by Corinne Whitlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what you're getting from the community now is just, we're getting tired. We're frustrated. This has been going on for a long time, and we're just tired of having to deal with it. When this COVID thing started 20 months ago, nobody thought that it would last this long. I thought we were let's make a temporary measure to try to stop something, and it's dragged on a lot longer than we anticipated. Unfortunately, you folks have taken the brunt of a lot of complaint, but I think you're just sensing our frustrations. I am fully in support of the resolution that would allow county services to go forth without proving vaccination, as long as you do have some protection for our private business owners. But I do have one question. Does this apply to the Gallo Center for the Arts, which is owned by the people of Stanislaus County? Because they are currently requiring you to show your proof of vaccination or a test in order to attend a show there. So I don't know if this would affect that.
Questions. I would doubt that it would, because of just because we own the underlying, we do not operate it.
That's what I was afraid of, or I should say afraid of, but I realize that they have a separate board of directors that basically, I didn't know how that policy would cross between here and the services.
Okay.
And I think also the thing to remember is we've heard talk, and we'll probably hear talk about what's going on in our schools. And I know your gentleman's authority is limited. You have nothing to do with what's going on in the schools. So I'll say to the folks here who are concerned about mandates in the schools, the proper form would be your elected school board. And if you're upset at what's going on with state mandates, then your proper form would be your assembly person and your senator. And for what you folks do for the county, we support what you're going to do for our county. And again, I'm fully in support of the resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Corinne Whitlow, followed by Marianne Spikes.
Corinne Whitlow. Thank you. I do obviously support this resolution, and I want to thank you for recognizing the importance of not restricting resources to our community, especially in the services that are provided by the county. I do agree with Buck and Terry about extending the statements. I do think to be a little more inclusive would help our community, and then also help a lot of our minorities. I do want to encourage equal access to roam freely within society, especially for our schools. I know that is not your guys' jurisdiction here, but I do think a statement or sentiment from the board is relevant in your community. A lot of us community members and leaders are looking to you for guidance. I found it interesting from the August 31st Board of Supervisors meeting here. Dr. V presented school guidance from CDPH, and their objective was to get and keep all children in-person learning. It's August 31st, that was stated at the Board of Supervisors meeting by Dr. V. But our current mandate, or potential mandate on children, does not allow that. So I'm interested in what changed between that point and now. And then I would like to further expand a possible resolution about our children. This vaccine is not warranted for them, and the risks are real. Just to kind of move on from that, we know the vaccine doesn't prevent the spread of COVID. We know there are risks, known and unknown, so I do think it is important to kind of have those statements that do encourage that bodily autonomy. It's important to support our constituents within this county. Obviously, I think you guys are doing a great job in listening to what we're having to say. I would like to expand to see if there is potential to talk about our schools, and I know that maybe that isn't within your jurisdiction, but I do think having these conversations helps, because the reality is if they continue to mandate our kids, we're leaving. We're leaving the school systems, we're leaving the county and possibly the state, and I don't want to do that. As you know, OSHA has suspended the enforcement of the mandate, which I think is relevant in the world we're living in. These resolutions, they give us hope. I want to thank you guys for that. I think it's really important right now that we're standing up against what we have going on with this governor in California. The state of emergency, I think, is really set up to benefit the government and not the people. So I just want to thank you for listening to us and doing this. And I think we've been comfortable for a really long time, which is why you haven't seen us before. And because of that comfortability, things have gotten away from us. So we are back. And I'm not back, I'm here newly. But a lot of us are here to stay. And I just want to really thank you guys for being the people who listen to us and represent us and do something about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ann Spikes, followed by Camara Bonsack.
Thank you again. I really like what Mr. Withrow and Mr. Condit said about the adding to the resolution or whatever you call it. Sorry, I'm not familiar with stuff. But taking out private, just saying you're opposed to it doesn't stop them from implementing whatever policy. And I feel like I think it would be a really good idea to keep the whole public thing in there and maybe, expand it to all sectors, public and private. Also, I wanted to say thank you for the way you do your county employees' request for exemption. Thank you. With the checking the box and not being given the third degree or inquisition about why they are requesting an exemption. Well done. And I think that should be a requirement of every sector that's going to implement any kind of policy like that. It's not been my experience. And I was wondering what sort of institutions fall under the county, your jurisdiction, yes. When you say there can't be vaccine mandates or vaccine passports, would that, for example, apply to the school I attend? No. That's sad. I would just like to state that. That's really sad. But I appreciate what I'm hearing about your policy for county employees.
I think you have a cool mask on, too. I'm wearing the same pin. Stanislaus State.
I love my school.
Love it. Yeah.
I hate what the current situation is doing to all sectors. I love my school.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mary Ann. Camaro Bonsack, followed by Danielle Hagan. Okay. Aye.
Danelle Hagan, Stan
Okay.
State alum as well. I wasn't planning on speaking today. I'm actually a San Joaquin County resident. Don't hold it against me. I was in Stanislaus County for 23 years of my life. So I was at their Board of Supervisors meeting back in October when they passed kind of the same resolution. And what I'm here today is just to plead for some solidarity. There's a lot of really just kind of crazy moms out here that we just want the best for our kids. And I know that you guys are hearing our very emotional cries, and you guys are here for our support. And so I'm just asking you, and I'm wanting to, one, thank you for having this resolution on your agenda today. And if you do pass it, I just want to say my sincere thanks as we continue to fight this with every single angle we have. We're at school board meetings, we're at, obviously, you know, a Board of Supervisors meetings. We are just working every single angle because we do not believe that this is what's best for our children. And at the end of the day, we want the autonomy to be able to choose what's right for our kids and for ourselves. And so I just want to thank you guys for your leadership, and I hope that you guys can take this and, you know, make this resolution, let your heart guide your decision as you guys are voting on this, and hear our voices as well. So thank you guys so much for listening to us.
Thank you.
I hope you make a good decision today. Thank you.
Jolene Corkwell, followed by Megan Short. Jolene Corkwell. Jolene is not here, so let's go with Megan Short.
Hi guys, I'm back because I know you just love hearing from me. I'm going to try to step back. I feel like I'm really loud, so I feel like when I'm talking to you, I'm like yelling, so I apologize. Well, I'm really loud anyway, so then when the emotions get going, I'm like extra loud. I just want to say thank you for the amendments. I do think that they are extremely important. And I do agree with you too, because I think that every private business has every right to run their business however they want. And if that's what somebody wants to do, then I won't visit there, you know? And I respect that, and I expect the same respect on the other way. So I do believe that it is a two-way street. This was already kind of touched on, but I 100% do believe that the schools is a very important factor, because I think that, I know that you guys don't have jurisdiction over the schools, but I think a lot of these, what I'm hearing from school board meetings is everybody's scared, everybody's timid, and I feel like if you guys put a resolution out there to the state, that maybe that will give them a little bit of incentive. I have been in communication with Houston, and I know that they have something on their board, but I think that we 100% do need to, I don't know under what aspect, this is not my realm, but include the schools. And that's it. And I just want to say thank you guys.
Thank you. Okay, so the two speaker cards I have, and then anyone can come up here, but Camara Bonsack, if you're here, or Jolene Corkwell. Okay, if not, anyone else that wants to speak, go ahead and line up in the aisle.
Okay, good morning.
It's good afternoon. Just
Good afternoon.
a minute ago.
Okay. Jolene Corkwell, I live in Stanislaus County here in Modesto. I just went on the VAERS report this morning, and the COVID-19 vaccine events reported, like the adverse events reported, are 680,643. That is 48.75% of like 1,700,000 something. That's a lot of adverse events from a supposed vaccine. And the deaths in 2020 from, I think, all vaccines was 120 people died. In 2021 to this date, or actually I think this is their data set from November 12th, 7,801 have died. It's 0.56%. And I mean, that's just jumped phenomenally. That I was shocked. I have not actually gone on and seen this before. So the fact that they're trying to make our kids take these is, and anyone else, like, it just should be our choice. And I think you guys hopefully agree with that. So during a September 30th, 2021 U.S. Senate hearing, Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky, he's actually also a medical doctor, called out Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra for ignoring the science of natural immunity. An Israeli study of 2.5 million people found the vaccinated group was 7 times more likely to get infected with COVID than those with natural immunity from a previous infection. Another Israeli study that included 700,000 people found those with prior SARS-CoV-2 infections were 27 times less likely to develop symptomatic infection for a second time compared to those who were vaccinated. And a June 11, 2021 Public Health England report showed that as a hospital patient, you are 6 times more likely to die of the COVID Delta variant if you are fully vaccinated than if you are not vaccinated at all. In addition to having the best protection available, those with natural immunity also face higher stakes when taking the COVID shot, as their pre-existing immunity makes them more prone to side effects. And my son is 15 at a local high school, and he has had COVID, so there's no way at all that I would let him, that he wants to take that shot, and he should be exempt from any vaccines, be able to choose, be exempt from wearing a mask. If they've had COVID, they have natural immunity. Why are we not getting the data from all of that, the people who have had it, and counting that? That should count for something, like you said. So he's in the IB program. He desires to go to the Air Force Academy and ultimately become a Thunderbirds pilot. That's awesome, and I'm super proud of him for even wanting to. The problem is if you don't include something about the schools and the students and education, I don't know if the public part of this resolution includes that, but I'm hoping that you will include the schools somehow and make it very clear that it includes the schools, because we would be forced to pull him from school and from his dreams. So I hope that you will add a phrase, that something that includes that. Schools are afraid of losing their funding if they don't enforce a mask mandate and a vaccine mandate. They are afraid of the liability of, and I don't know, how did we get to someone is liable, a business or a school or anyone is liable for your choice of stay home if you're sick, but your choice of going into a business to get cough medicine, or I don't know, where did we get that? I mean, are they liable if someone has the flu and they supposedly say they got flu from Rite Aid or what? You know what I mean? Why is it with COVID that there's a liability issue? I don't understand where that came from. So if you do not intervene now, which I am happy that you guys are, and you're at least listening to people and going with your gut, hopefully, you will have a mass exodus of school the likes of what you have never seen. And if they're worried about their funding, wait if you try to do a mask mandate, and you'll have less funding than you've ever seen. So, thank you
very much.
I did not expect to speak today, so please be kind to me.
No problem. If you want to pull that mic down just a little bit so we can hear you a little better. Sure. Perfect.
So, good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Hakes. I am a registered nurse, and I have been since the beginning of the pandemic. That was also before we obviously understood the disease process, when we didn't have proper protection or guidelines. I worked an 18-hour shift with a 5-minute break, basically caring for patients at a state ratio, which we write to every single day at our facility. No one seems to care, the state or anybody. I've worked along women that were pregnant, caring for patients, placing their unborn children at risk, and now have children and still feel the influence and pressure to have the vaccine. Some of these include friends that are nurse practitioners that have had to get the vaccine against their, basically against their will, to support their families and keep their jobs. So on their behalf, I really appreciate, on my behalf, I appreciate councilmen such as Buck and Terry for trying to include and attempting the private sector, as this does place great strain on employees such as myself for continuity of employment, especially when we're talking about national-wide shortages of nurses who have incurred natural immunity. I've had COVID twice, so I don't know how much more immunity you guys want from me. But also as a Hispanic voter, which I didn't realize was so not undervalued, but I guess underrepresented here. I would just like to read some quotes from the Catholic Medical Association, since I'm Hispanic and a practicing Catholic, how these mandates, public or private, would impact the Hispanic community, which obviously overwhelmingly we understand that this community does have a large Hispanic community. So these are actually quotes from, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but there's actually a Catholic Medical Association. So we don't actually just listen to like the Pope or the Vatican. There's actually somebody that represents us in our association and gives us religious exemptions. So July 28th, 2021, the Catholic Medical Association opposed vaccine mandates without conscious and religious exemptions. And I'm just going to read some quotes to you that I think are very important for myself when basically people oppose religious exemptions and how they mean to us, especially, I don't know if this would affect people in the public sector. I know it affects us already in the private sector, questioning our religious exemptions. But according to the CMA, the Catholic Medical Association, as an organization, they oppose mandatory COVID-19 vaccinations as a condition of employment without conscious or religious exemptions. The association said an individual's Catholic decision to be vaccinated should be informed by the clear and authoritative moral teaching of the Church on vaccination. Quote, it says, historically, a vaccinated workforce has been an effective means of fostering a safe environment for its patients. So we do understand that, vaccines do help, even though, like he said, they changed the terminology of vaccine. So I don't believe this is a true vaccine. It says, while we recognize the importance of this consideration, medically and ethically, it is the Church's teaching. It is clear that as a rule, vaccination must be voluntary and based on an individual's personal assessment and good conscience of the medical risks and benefits of morality of a particular vaccine. This is imperative. According to the National Catholic Bioethics Center, which we feel that, I'm sure you guys have read, about how aborted fetal cells comes into play. So this is actually the National Catholic Bioethics Center, states that in a July statement, says it does not endorse mandated COVID-19 immunization with any of the 3 vaccines. So they don't support any of the vaccines from the Catholic Bioethics Center. So I just wanted to kind of basically relay to you guys that, like, in certain areas of the public, if you guys did require mandations, how it would affect the Hispanic community, especially those who truly don't believe in taking this. That's with our heart and our soul and our good conscience with God, we don't support it. So thank you.
Very much.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'd like to start off by thanking you all for making progress on this issue. People have been coming here and other counties, asking for a ban on vaccine mandates and passports for a while in anticipation of state and federal government pushing agendas that help special interest groups and, pay lip service to serving the public interest. We do have concerns for the future of the prospect of religious and medical exemptions being limited or eliminated. One thing I'd like to point out, and some of you may disagree with me on this, but the county has the power to pass anti-discrimination. Some examples of other counties and other issues would be sanctuary counties and cities for illegal immigration. San Francisco actually has a COVID-19 anti-discrimination measure in place for firing workers in the private sector who test positive for COVID-19. I believe that was in 2020. So That was a concern they had earlier on. There have also been counties across the United States passing workplace anti-discrimination ordinances for LGBTQ. And these ordinances, they can include enforcement such as fines or even, opening up the door to civil liability where people who are, victimized by this are able to sue offenders directly for damages. One thing about the mandates and vaccines in particular I'd like to just throw out there is, hypothetically, if one person dies for every 2 saved, is a mandate acceptable? What if it's the reverse? What if it's 1 dies for every 2 saved? This is just, about against mandates in general. I feel like that's not appropriate for the government to be making, whether it's one side or the other. What if it's 117 people dying for every 1 saved, as some people have claimed, with some data. In any case, people are dying from policies and shots, and not just COVID. The full extent is unknown, and I'm not making any claims as to what those specific numbers are here. There are conflicting estimates, and it depends on who you ask, but they are occurring. And I could go over estimates and methodology, but that would take a while, and that's not what I'm here to do today. So I want to say, if state and federal governments are violating constitutional rights and human rights, if their policies are causing more harm than good, it falls to the county government to protect its residents. One other quick side note I'd like to make, Marianne expressed some hesitancy about mentioning monoclonal antibody treatment locations during these contact tracing calls, as though it, almost can be thought of as prescribing medicine outside of a one-on-one doctor-patient relationship. I just want to point out that the county hasn't had much hesitation about administering COVID shots and even marketing them outside of the one-on-one doctor-patient relationship. In the first half of the 20th century, businesses were allowed to racially discriminate. Arguments were made claiming that certain racial groups committed crime at higher rates. This was a way to justify segregation being done by private businesses. After all, businesses might be robbed, violent attacks might happen, etc., and government may be blamed by impacted business owners. Basically, I think a case could be made for encouraging or even lightly regulating businesses on this anti-discrimination issue. That most likely won't happen today, but in my opinion, it could be on the table for consideration in the future. A couple of things I'd like to see in today's resolution, maybe we'll get it, maybe we won't, is no testing or mask discrimination. So I'll just finish this up real quick. So whether you are vaccinated or unvaccinated, there should be identical requirements for masks and testing. And I'd say those requirements ought to be phased out before too long, but it should be equally applied. And once again, I want to thank the board for making progress on this issue.
Name for the record.
My name is Samuel Bosshart. Thank you all.
My name is Melissa Kelly, and I'd like to express my appreciation for being able to speak here today, being able to speak in the public square, so to speak. And I'm aware that in some parts of the world, and even here, it feels like that right is, fleeting. So I appreciate being able to talk on the issue. So I want to thank you for listening these past few weeks and putting forward this resolution in response to the people that are coming here to talk to you about it. I am also in favor of making some of the additions that Supervisor Withrow suggested as far as including that into the the private sector. So thank you, Manny, for talking to me yesterday and expressing some of the liability issues that you're considering about that. And so I have a question. If a business is allowed to say whether or not a person can come in or not come in based on their vaccination status, so say they choose to allow a vaccinated person in, and then there is someone who gets sick in the restaurant, as your example, how is that any different if the person got sick from a vaccinated person? It's really no difference. There's really no medical basis, because we know that the vaccines don't prevent it from being spread. So hopefully that made sense. Being able to allow the businesses to make that call and segregate people based on the vaccination status is a civil rights issue, and I agree with Samuel on that. And so I encourage you to consider that more, and including the private sector. I just have a quick little story that I want to say that that might encapsulate this. And so I'm wearing on my neck today, it's a golden basketball. And this golden basketball belonged to my late husband's father. And my late husband's father played basketball during the time of segregation. And he was a very tall white gentleman who had a lot of African Americans on the team. And when they would travel from city to city, because segregation was the norm, some of the basketball players the black ones had to stay in a black hotel, and the white ones were supposed to stay in the white hotel. And they used green books as they traveled, which was a book that would tell people which establishments were going to discriminate and which ones weren't. So I would hate to see the need for green books to come back into our society, where people would have to consult a book to find out which businesses are actually going to discriminate against them or not. So I just want to leave you with this fact about my late husband's father. He chose not to stay in the white hotels. He stayed in the black hotels with the black folks. And I think that's a powerful story about why the spirit of what is behind the civil rights movement. And I would hate to see the need for our society to revisit that again. We've been through that. So I encourage you to approve the resolution and expand it also to the private sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't do good when I don't have a paper in front of me with like nice little notes about statistics, and so just bear with me. I wanted to say thank you. I know that we've been coming pretty much regularly since August, and so I appreciate your time with that. I appreciate your willingness to introduce a resolution, and I hope that gets passed. The past few meetings, Manny, you've asked I feel like all of you have asked really appropriate questions and good questions, but one that keeps coming up is go to your primary care provider to get more information. And a lot of people in our community don't have primary care providers, which is just something that, trying to get education out into our community a little bit more, I think. My other thing is, I think, Jody, I think you said it, is, at the county level, you just check a box. And I think that that's great. Are you filling out a medical exemption? Yes, check your box. Are you filling out a religious exemption? Yes, and that's the end of it. You all know that I'm a nurse practitioner here, and I have privileges at some of our local hospitals as a provider to go in and see my patients. And I was suspended from one of those facilities on October 1st, not because I hurt a patient. Sorry, I don't know why I'm crying. Not because I hurt anyone, but because I didn't want to justify my religion. And that sucks. You know, I love our community more than anything, and I love this county. And I don't think it should be so hard to go to work and to care for people and to earn a living. And that's all I got for you today, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, we know what I'm here to talk about. Not really the resolution. Turns out I probably could have said most of what I wanted to say on the other thing, but my name is Sheila Serpa. Like I said, I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I just wanted to thank all the people that behind me who have taken the time to do research and basically touch on a lot of the points that I wanted to make to begin with. I thought, well, I don't really even have to go up here right now because most of my points have been made, but I just wanted to be another body, another voice for our children and our community that needs to be represented because they can't speak for themselves, some of them, and I want to strongly oppose any type of mandate that makes it so you do not have the choice to do what you want with your body. We all know that this whole pandemic and this whole virus has had a lot of harm to everyone, not just physically and mentally, but also fiscally. It's created a lot of divisiveness in our country, and that is emotionally harmful to everyone. And our children are just watching this. And I feel like we need to take a stand and be a strong voice for our children and model the behavior that they need to see and not just submit to things that really honestly don't even make sense anymore. You know, at first there was a lot of fear, and we're done with that. Information that we have received about this virus has been seemingly one-sided. It's been not consistent whatsoever. Recommendations haven't been consistent. There's an element of deceit when you have, I know people personally have, and anecdotally, you know, some of it's anecdotal. Obviously, you know, I'm not running a study that I can get numbers and data for you, but the information has been inconsistent with what we've been being fed by the news media and even our government agencies. When you have people getting vaccine injuries and they're not being reported, which is a federal law to be reported, that's wrong. The anecdotal things that I've seen, you know, all of it is leading me to believe that the consent that I would need to give for this vaccine is definitely not informed, and we're seeing some of that play out in the vaccine injuries. The number that this one gal said, it was astounding, the 600,000, crazy. I also wanted to speak to the choices that we do have. We all make choices every day. Yeah, you know, there's sicknesses, there's illnesses out there. They're unavoidable in a lot of circumstances. It's called life. We just have to deal with that. This was horrible, not to discount what happened this past 20 months, but, you know, it seems to me that we are at the point now where, see, I got COVID. I got COVID from a vaccinated person, and the reason I got COVID from that vaccinated person is because they weren't testing. It was just completely discriminatory. As another gal alluded to, I lost 2 weeks of work. Nobody paid me for that. So just for it to be a mandate and then having even more of my liberties trampled on, like I already have to test once a week. I don't like sticking that stuff up my nose because I don't know what's on it. Some of it could be bad, and there's been studies on that. And sorry, I'm jumping all around a little bit here, but we all have choices that we make. We can do preventative things like other people have talked about. We can exercise, we can eat right, we can do all that, but those preventative things and those preventative medicines and those treatments that are not being pushed as far as the vaccine is being pushed, that we're more than remiss in that. Also, I've been watching for that yellow light on everyone else. That was the first time I saw it. So, which brings me to the conclusion. Vaxxed, unvaxxed. I got COVID from a vaccinated person. So here we are. It's almost like the flu. They didn't know that they knew they had COVID. They chose to come to work anyways. I didn't know they had COVID. I was exposed to them. It could have been the flu. Nobody died, but it's the same thing. As someone alluded to earlier, you take care of the sickness, you quarantine yourself, you go back to work, hopefully. And the last thing I wanted to say was, I believe these gals, they are boots on the ground. They are seeing things that are not being reported in the media or not getting put into any statistics. And I just feel like that, you know, in the first week that the ground we're standing on was made, that He, God Almighty, gave us free will, and we are to be able to choose what we want to do and to reap the consequences of those decisions, regardless of what they are. And thank you for doing your job and listening to us all. Thank you.
Remember when the alarm goes off to wrap up your comments.
Chairman Chiesa, Supervisors, my name is Reed Johnson. I wasn't planning to say anything because I support the petition that you have. That's the right thing. It's a little baby step. I support the suggestions that have been made to improve it. But it's time to tell the truth. It's time to be honest. This vaccine is not about curing the COVID. It's about government oppression. You've heard enough. If the vaccine was any good, they'd give it to the people who are sick and to cure them, right? It's not doing that. It's not even being used for that. I guess we need a school teacher. The definition of the word mandate, it's code for government owns the people. Well, you're here dealing with rules that other people are making that are supposed to be higher up the chain. There's one rule that's supreme to everything else. It's even supreme to this Constitution. There's one supreme law that created this country, that gave us our freedom from England. And that's the law that we believe all men are created equal, and they're endowed with equal, unalienable rights, including life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. So you don't need exemption forms. The supreme legal authority in the United States of America is all these people that say no. And by damn, the higher authority than that is the mother saying no for their children. That's the legal authority. That's what this is all about. Let me just say something about schools. I'd love to see every parent send their kid to school with the Constitution in their pocket, no mask and no vaccine, and say, school administration, you better teach my kid what's in the Constitution, you better teach them correct principles, or you've identified yourself as a leftist communist organization brainwashing my kids. I don't want to say anything. I'll be quiet. Thanks. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Amanda Lowell. This is Riley Lowell, my 3-year-old. And she killed my cell phone, so I don't have notes, so I apologize. I first wanted to thank Buck and Terry for bringing it into the factor of private business for the resolution. I think that that is important. Emmanuel, I agree that a business can be held liable. It doesn't seem that our county's contact tracing is doing a very good job with that $300,000. So I'm not sure how that can be proven. And I would allow the private business itself to make that decision. I think as a board statement, it would benefit our private sector to have their choice to do as they please. And I think a lot of these private businesses are afraid of the liability of going against a vaccine mandate. My husband works for a federally contracted company. They have recently established their own vaccine mandate. that would require him to be vaccinated because they are contracted by the federal government. That business is here within Stanislaus County. My husband is also choosing not to be vaccinated. Excuse me. My husband is choosing not to be vaccinated, but because his company is deciding that that is something that they would need to do, he is also not being given the option to elect for a religious or a medical exemption because it can be an undue hardship to their company in requiring him to test weekly, which their company is stating that that undue hardship is the availability of testing as well as the company's financial factor of having to test all of their employees. So I'd like you to consider the private sector. Not only that, the private sector of local hospitals. I am a healthcare provider in a local hospital where I have been mandated. I have been given the option of a religious exemption, to which I'm still trying to uphold and still fighting for. But our local physicians are not being given the option to practice their patient-doctor privacy. They are actually only being given 3 options to write a medical exemption for their patients, one of which is an allergic reaction to the COVID-19 vaccine, an allergic reaction to an ingredient in the COVID-19 vaccine, or an instance of myocarditis related to receiving the COVID-19 vaccine. I think that this resolution in our county is very important to include public and private sector. I think it gives everybody the okay to do what they feel is their God-given right. So I support Buck, I support Terry for including the private sector. I think it's very important for your constituents to have a choice in what they want to do with their own bodies. Thank you.
Figuring it out. It's me again, Stephanie Dagre. I wanted to not start by saying but I did it anyways. I wanted to say that I'm so thankful, so grateful that we finally saw this resolution end up on the agenda today. I came with the intention of talking about an expansion, so to hear Terry Withrow and Buck Condit already discussing making it a little bit broader makes me really happy. I want to actually share a personal experience, and bear with me because it makes me vulnerable and it's not something that I discuss often or that I carry with me. There is no treatment, there is no medical intervention that doesn't come without some risk, and that includes anything that's surgical, if it's a medication, if it's a vaccine, whatever it is, there is risk, and there is no one size fits all. Whether something is FDA approved or considered safe by the CDC doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe for everybody. Back in 2008, I took a prescription medication to help with acne because I wanted my skin to be beautiful. And after taking that medication, I developed severe neurological symptoms. I lost almost all of my eyesight. I developed tremors. I had excruciating pain. I had pulsatile tinnitus in my ears constantly. It took doctors a while to figure out what was going on, but I was diagnosed with a condition called pseudotumor cerebri, also known as intracranial hypertension, where my body now produces too much cerebrospinal fluid. So the pressure inside of my skull and in my spinal column is always too high. It causes all kinds of neurological issues. Over the course of a year, for treatment, I would go in every 2 weeks to 6 weeks to have a lumbar puncture where a physician would put a needle into my epidural space and pull off fluid to keep the fluid lower inside of my head so that I could function and to hopefully regain my vision. After a year of doing that, we were hoping my body would go back to normal because I was no longer taking that medication that caused it. My body did not. So from that point, I was required to have a surgical procedure where
physician went in, drilled a hole through my skull, put a catheter down into my ventricle, my right front ventricle, used a metal device to thread this catheter from the side, down the side of my body, into my abdominal cavity. So now I depend on this to help my body function like normal, all because of a safe medication that I took. Things like this happen to people all the time, from vaccines, from safe medications. My body now has neurological issues and autoimmune issues. I end up with reoccurring issues with transverse myelitis, which is where my immune system attacks my spinal cord. So sometimes my legs don't work properly. Sometimes I have issues with my arms and hands working properly. It poses a lot of challenges being a nurse in a hospital. But we go on, right? We go through. So with these mandates, with all of this COVID stuff coming down, like Terry mentioned, there are exemptions to the mandates for religious or medical. Even with my history, I'm not eligible for a medical exemption. And not everyone necessarily has a religious reason to have an exemption from these mandates. What about philosophical, moral, ethical reasons why people do not want to have these injections? So I stand before you and I ask you to please consider helping us stand against the coercion and the tyranny from our state government. Help us at a local level to stand against the mandates, to take a stand, to find some way to include language within your resolution to support people that can't necessarily get a religious or a medical exemption, because there is so much more to the picture. I don't know if that would be something you can discuss and include today on the resolution, or if it's something that you might consider to have a new resolution for later on. It'd be amazing if you could do it today. And I just want to end by saying thank you to all of you. I have watched you week after week after week communicate, interact, and support the members of the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Stephanie, anyone else for comment? Okay. Seeing that, I'm going to bring it back to the board. We did pass out a hard copy with strikeouts of language and additions. So if anyone wants to talk, they can. Now I'm going to read it because I've been trying not to read it yet. So anyone have any comments, thoughts?
Did I capture everything correctly?
Yeah.
Let me just make sure,
Yeah.
Both supervisors, if I captured everything correctly.
We did not get one. So maybe, Tom, you could read the portion that Supervisor Condit included, and then we'll read the portion that Supervisor Withrow included.
Okay, so Supervisor Condit proposed the following changes. In the first whereas, he added the word every day, so that it reads, county residents must have the opportunity to conduct everyday business and obtain local government services for their health, safety, and well-being. And in the second whereas, he added the words to choose medical treatment, so that it reads, the county values individual freedom to choose medical treatment and patient privacy. In the resolution itself, he added a sentence, and so that it now reads, now therefore be it resolved that the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors does hereby prohibit proof of COVID-19 vaccination as a requirement for access to Stanislaus County facilities, programs and services. He inserts a period there and adds the sentence, the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors also believe individuals and families in the unincorporated areas of Stanislaus County should be able to conduct everyday business without revealing their vaccine status, and deletes the words to ensure all county individuals and families have the opportunity to conduct business and obtain local government services without restriction related to vaccine status. If I may make a commentary on that sentence, generally speaking, resolutions are an order or they're in the form of you shall, you will. The sentence that is added, in my estimation, is more of another whereas, giving a reason for the resolution itself. So, for example, in the resolution it says, does hereby prohibit. That's a form of a direction. And the sentence says, the added sentence says, the Board of Supervisors also believe. So if I were assisting you previously, I would suggest that sentence would make its way to a whereas rather than in the...
I would be open to that.
Okay.
As I warned before, I'm not a very good whereas, therefore, author.
Okay, moving on to Supervisor Withrow's proposed changes. I believe you agree to add every day in the first whereas, as Supervisor Condit suggested, so that it reads, county residents must have the opportunity to conduct everyday business and obtain local government services for their health, safety, and well-being. And Supervisor Withrow would delete the second whereas just completely. And he would add two more whereases, the first one being, whereas the Board of Supervisors express support for the rights of individuals and families to direct their own health future, and whereas the Board of Supervisors wish to express opposition to vaccine mandates in both the public or private sectors. And I believe Supervisor Withrow discussed perhaps deleting the word both and the words or private, so that it would read express opposition to vaccine mandates in the public sector. And that is the extent of the changes as I understand it.
So what if we, so Buck, are you okay if we, as we're kind of looking through this, that we kick out that second whereas completely and go with the one that I had instead of like your changes in there? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
As far as to choose medical treatment?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so that's good. And then if we went down to the final now therefore, I guess, it sounds like, Tom, you're saying that should be a whereas.
Yeah, no. The one from Supervisor Condit.
Right.
The sentence that's added to the actual resolution piece. If you were to take that and change that into a whereas, if you're
right.
if you want to incorporate that.
Yeah, that's fine if that's what Buck is okay with Buck and everybody else.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
So we would have 1, 2, 3, 4. We would have 5 whereas.
Right. And then, this is just one other thing to see if this works or not. So if we go down to, so we're good maybe for the whereases, and as we go down to the now therefore, be it resolved that Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors, what if we said number 1, does hereby prohibit proof of COVID-19 vaccine, and go through that whole thing for number 1, and then if we added a number 2, and again, I was just pulling this from something that was done in El Dorado County, a number 2 that said county families should, so it says number 2 would be county families should have the right to make their own health care choices and move freely in society. That's just a now therefore, just as a statement. Again, these are just, I know this is just a resolution and these are just statements and nobody's bound by any of this, but it's just, anyway. Sorry, just to throw one more wrench in there.
Just want to read it off.
Sorry, Tom.
Please.
If we're going to be making changes, the one that about the whereas the Board of Supervisors wish to express opposition to vaccine mandates, I would suggest that it would say when trying to obtain county services. I just don't like the blanket statement of the opposition, because one member may feel that way, but me putting my name behind a resolution and just over encumbering. I want it related to when it comes to county services. So I don't mind the word being opposition there, but it would be in obtaining county services.
Or if we had, if we said in the public sectors, is that okay?
For obtaining county services. So we would still say public sectors, just for county services.
Okay. Okay. And
So repeat that, I'm sorry, because I need to try to write.
so you're saying, Manny, just for,
So whereas, the whereas that says, whereas the Board of Supervisors wish to express opposition to vaccine mandates in the public sector when receiving county services.
Okay, so here's, this is us right now. We're discussing. You had your chance to speak. Let us discuss. Okay, so you want that at the end? You're asking on the end?
No, I'm okay with it being a whereas, just at the, at the end of the whereas.
When receiving county services. I'm going to ask you again, please. We're discussing.
Does equal access to county facilities, programs, and services essential to fair and equitable government operations, doesn't that cover that, Mr. Bowes? Or?
Sorry, I'm trying to keep up.
The next,
I know,
the next whereas, Supervisor Condon is asking, the next whereas.
My question is of redundancy.
yeah, would that be, Manny, would that be, I mean, we've got that in there already. I guess you just don't want, if you're not happy
With a blanket
express,
statement.
yeah, with the express opposition to vaccine mandates.
Because just the way I read it, it already covers that and achieves what Mr. Graywall is trying to achieve.
If it was a part of the whereas, it does, but it doesn't. If it isn't together or that verbiage isn't there, then it doesn't achieve that, to my understanding.
Okay, does it have to have a whereas? The question from Supervisor Graywall, sorry. If it doesn't have the whereas, because we're trying to figure out if this is redundant, these two right here, his addition to when receiving county services versus the next one.
Whereas equal access.
Yeah. So if he
No,
doesn't.
I don't believe those are redundant. They say things that are similar, but are not exactly alike.
Chairman Committees, if it would help, the clerk can bring this up on the screen so we can actually see it in live time, and as we're making suggestions, we can type them in and you can look at them in context.
Wow. Thank you. I thought the screen wasn't working.
Just this screen and the podium is off. All the other screens,
okay,
and I think
that's the one.
screens in the audience are hopefully working as well.
Got it.
Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, that's right.
I told county staff, we're going to skip your item. It'll be fast. Look at them. Sorry about that, Jacqueline.
If I'm understanding correctly, Mr. Chairman, you would like me to put all these changes into one resolution for you to look at in real time right now? That would including a whereas that Supervisor Condit has agreed to make a total of 5 whereases?
Maybe Tom can send you what he just typed, and then you can just put it up.
Okay.
Let's just do that. Is that
Tom, can
okay?
you email that to Kelly, please, so she can
Yes.
forward it to this computer?
They might just have to.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, as soon as you make those changes, we're going to put them up, and we're going to just vote on sections and strike where, or else we'll be here all day with ideas. If everyone's okay with that. You right, you left. Wow.
Technology. Take the S off of sectors. That wouldn't be correct. The magic words are be it resolved and be a colon after resolved. Now therefore be it resolved by the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors. All right. And a colon at the end. Okay, there was a suggested change at the, oh, you need a whereas before, yeah.
Tom, I would just suggest that once we have some final version of content, that we'd be allowed to just glance it over one more time offline to ensure all the proper punctuation and so forth, and that the board give us the authority to make sure it's done grammatically correct.
Exactly. I see a comma I want to get rid of.
Okay. Let's take a quick gander, everyone. So what we're going to do is just take, if everyone's okay with the first whereas, then we're going to move to the second one, and then we'll, if we have a issue with it, we will, okay, has everyone had a chance to? Everyone's ready? And I just want the audience, because we talk about these things, and I know that Supervisor Withrow talked about it. We are advocates for you. The public health orders always come from, or generally come from the California Department of Public Health, and in no way do I support us not following the law, the rule of law, and so we're making statements and advocates for you, as when Supervisor Withrow and Supervisor Condit, I know, got together with some of you, I can't remember which ones, but talking with state elected officials, letting your thoughts be known to them, and they continue to advocate on the people's behalf at the state level, where the real mandates are generally coming from. Using the word, prohibit or ban, it essentially has no meaning except for where we're using it, which really has the meaning, because we can prohibit proof of vaccination to as a requirement for access to Stanislaus County facilities, programs, and services. So, all right, on the first whereas, does anyone have a problem with the statement? Seeing none? Whereas the Board of Supervisors, the second one, whereas the Board of Supervisors expresses support for the right of individuals and families to direct their own health future. Any issues with that statement? Nope. Whereas the Board of Supervisors wish to express opposition to vaccine mandates in the public sector. I think Supervisor Graywall wants the addition of a statement, and that statement is, if you want to read it again.
Proof of when receiving county services.
And I'm generally in agreement with that, to add the additional language. Is there a third?
Yeah, I just think the public sector, doesn't it cover that? We are the public sector.
I'm sorry, can you give me what?
No, I just think the public sector already covers that, but I'm fine with the additional language. I just think we are the public sector. County services is the public sector.
Okay. So that's going to be 3, to add the additional language. You going to be okay with that, generally? Okay. Next one, whereas the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors also believe individuals and families in the unincorporated areas of Stanislaus County should be able to conduct everyday business without revealing their vaccine status.
Do we have to say in the unincorporated areas?
Well, yeah.
I think what I was trying to stay away from was telling our other colleagues at the city councils what to do, and I know we're not doing that, so I tried to keep it to a specific area that we have authority over.
What about county jurisdiction?
Would you be okay with county jurisdictions?
Basically saying the same thing.
Yeah. No, to alleviate Supervisor Whitworth's concern.
So here we are, though. This is back to business, though, everyday business, which would include business. And I'm not real comfortable with telling businesses. I know that there's been a strong outcry, but telling businesses what to do, we're within our jurisdiction. I think individual businesses have the right to determine. It's just my thought.
All we're saying is we believe. I don't think we're directing or telling them anything. I think we're just telling them our feelings about it.
So, thoughts? Include? Just.
I'm okay with it in there. Where are we on the vote?
I don't know. I haven't heard from everyone.
Include or not, guys? What do you think?
Are we referring to businesses? I took it as that individuals and families.
It says everyday business, so I'm going to assume that we're capturing.
maybe that, I don't know, down below that now therefore, Buck, that
Number
county
two.
family should have, number two should have the right to make their own health care choices, move freely in society? I don't know if that,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
or if that.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, you okay with reducing it?
Removing the last whereas that's in red.
Yeah, because we'll do number 2 down below and take out that whole paragraph, that whole whereas. Move freely versus conduct everyday business.
Moving freely and conducting business is two different things, to me. So I would not be okay with removing that.
Okay, so we're going to vote on it. Let's just get through it. Annie? Would you want it removed or you want it in?
Remove the last whereas. Is there any way that we can add more to number 2, which would alleviate your concerns? If your concern is conducting everyday business, what if number 2 was county families should have the right to make their own healthcare choices and move freely in society and conducting, I'm not grammatically right, but conducting everyday business and move freely in society? If you think that's a separate thing, if that was another comma.
If that's what number 2 said, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, so then that omits it and strengthens number 2. Because I think number 2 was never originally on the resolution. Supervisor Withrow added that. I think Supervisor Condit made the changes to the whereas about conducting everyday business. If we can just strengthen number 2, I'd be okay with that.
So anything that says conducting everyday business, I'm going to oppose because I think it ensnares business. I think it goes right back to, because what else would you be doing besides moving freely? So, but that's okay. We're just going to vote on it.
Yeah, no, I don't want to infringe on our private sector's right to choose as well. If a business does choose to operate a business how they wish to operate it, like this lady out here in the audience said when she was speaking, you have the choice to go somewhere else and bring your dollars somewhere else to a business of your liking and choosing. So I definitely don't want to infringe on the private sector.
So maybe I'm not understanding the context of business here. I don't know if that's private sector in what you were trying to convey. I took it as everyday business, meaning just doing things out and about.
That's how I took it.
Yeah, if that's the intent, that's fine, but if it's, conducting business, telling businesses as a private entity, then obviously my position's on that, been pretty clear on that from the get-go.
Yeah, I don't think there's any intent that we're telling business they have to do something.
Okay, so it's staying in? Is that what, just tell me you want it in. It's pretty simple. Okay. All right. That one is going to stay in on 4-1. Whereas the equal access to county facilities, programs, and services is essential to fair and equitable government operations. I think that one's pretty self-evident. Therefore, be it resolved, the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors, number 1, Board of Supervisors does hereby prohibit proof of COVID-19 vaccinations as a requirement for access to Stanislaus County facilities, programs, and services to ensure all county individuals and families have the opportunity to conduct business and obtain local government services without restriction related to vaccine status. You okay? Yep. And Supervisor Condit? You okay with that? All right. And number 2, county families should have the right to make their own health care choices and move freely in society. Supervisor Graywell?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. There it is. Okay.
5-minute break.
Yep. So now we'll take a short break. We're going to get the verbiage, the punctuation right, and then we'll come back and vote on it. I'll go ahead and read it for everyone, even though there's some hard copies in case you don't. Okay, so the resolution reads, whereas county residents must have the opportunity to conduct everyday business and obtain local government services for their health, safety, and well-being, and whereas the Board of Supervisors expresses support for the rights of individuals and families to direct their own health future, and whereas the Board of Supervisors wish to express opposition to vaccine mandates in the public sector when receiving county services, and whereas the Board of Supervisors also believe individuals and families in the unincorporated areas of Stanislaus County should be able to conduct everyday business without revealing their vaccine status, and whereas equal access to county facilities, programs, and services is essential to fair and equitable government operations. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors, number one, that the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors does hereby prohibit proof of COVID-19 vaccinations as a requirement to access to Stanislaus County facilities, programs, and services to ensure all county individuals and families have the opportunity to conduct businesses and obtain local government services without restrictions related to vaccine status. And number two, county families should have the right to make their own healthcare choices and move freely in society. So that is what we will be voting on. Any questions?
Are we ready?
Yep.
Buck, maybe Buck wants to make the motion.
Yeah, I motion that we adopt the said resolution that we've been working on here.
And I will second that.
Okay, the one that was read into the record, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Liz and Tom, thank you guys so much. Good work there.
Yes, awesome.
There's so much paper around here. I have a lot of paper hanging around. Oh, everyone seems to think that's the number I'm going to call next. I'm just kidding. All right, discussion item 7.1, acceptance of an update on the Bonita Pool and Park project and to authorize the project manager to reject all proposals received from the pre-qualified design build firms. Jackie Dwyer, who's our Parks and Rec Director, Dan Wirtz, who's in charge of GSA, and Andy Johnson will be presenting. Thank you all.
We're just happy to be here, Vito.
Of course. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman Chiesa, members of the board, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bowes. Dan Wirtz, the General Services Agency Director and Purchasing Agent. Last year, the Capital Projects Division was transferred to the General Services Agency, and as an internal service department, GSA Capital Facilities provides construction management services to deliver projects. These projects are delivered in partnership with county departments and the Chief Executive Office to ensure funding, policy, and operations remain aligned with the board's priorities and CEO leadership's decisions to engage in capital projects. So this afternoon, I'm here with Jackie Dwyer, Director from Parks and Rec, and Andy Johnson, GSA Assistant Director of Capital Facilities, who will provide an update of the Bonita Pool and Park project. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Jackie.
Hi, thank you for having us here today. All of you are pretty familiar with this project. As it stands now, the pool was built back in the 1950s and it was closed down in, well, it was designed in the 50s, built in the 60s. Last renovation was done in the year 2000, and then the pool was forced to close in 2010 due to failure to comply with the Virginia Graham-Baker Act, which was an issue at the bottom of the pool with drains. So there was a pretty large push from the community to get the pool reinstated, renovated, rebuilt. So in 2018, the Parks and Rec, well, in 2018 they started writing the grant. In 2019 it got approved from the Prop 68 funding, which gave us an amount of $756,000, which at the time we thought would be sufficient, including money from our per capita grant project. But like most things that we haven't unearthed since the 1960s, we weren't fully aware of the scope of everything that was going to need to take place. So we are kind of locked in to this program based on what the what's outlined in the grant. So when we went out to bid and do design build, we had to make sure that the pool got refurbished, that there was a concession stand and a lifeguard room, that the restrooms, which are condemned and unable to be used at this point, need to be rebuilt. We had to obviously replace all the pool operating equipment, and then for the park portion of it, it would need to include a playground, adult exercise equipment. We would have to put in new landscaping, which would require irrigation, and then bring everything up to ADA code, including the parking area. So those were all the things that had to be included in the project. The grant was intended to cover the entirety of the project. We issued a notice inviting bids for the pool refurbishment as a standalone scope. The bids that were received were between $428,000 and $603,000. And then in September, I called over to the General Service Agency and asked that they take a look at how the scoping methodology was working. It made me a little bit uncomfortable that the pieces were broken out into different elements, because I wanted to make sure we were getting everything covered in the grant. And I wanted to make sure we were covering all our bases and not paying out significant different entities to cover different projects and doing several different bid processes. So GSA recommended that the projects were bid as one rather than multiple components. And that's where Andy's going to take full responsibility.
Just nothing but good news today. Good afternoon, Andy Johnson, the Assistant Director of GSA Capital Facilities Division. As Jackie mentioned, the bid scope in the original grant was quite extensive. It essentially isn't just a pool refurbishment, but it's a brand new park in the community of Crow's Landing. And there really isn't a lot of moving away from that grant scope. And so we did, as Jackie mentioned, identify that we should do this as one project. There are several provisions in the California Uniform, I've got to look at my notes, Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, effectively known as CUPCA, and the Public Contract Code that only allow the county to do so much of its own labor. I think it's $60,000 is our maximum. And the Public Contract Code does not allow us to split work. So, for example, we can't hire an electrician to get a better price than what the contractor has done. So a little bit about the financing of the project. The Board of Supervisors in March 2021 did approve a $2.1 million project for the budget. Those project sources came mostly from grant funds. The $756,000 that was originally identified as the Proposition 68 grant. The Parks Department recommended using $650,000 of a per capita grant, $339,000 of public facility fees, and the remainder coming from a general fund contribution. It was identified that of that amount approved, that $1.6 million would go for construction, $157,000 for construction contingencies to cover any unknown costs, $236,000. They call it service and supplies, but it's really professional services, with the bulk of that being the design fees for the project, inspection, and other areas that come along with capital construction, and then $150,000 for staff salaries and wages needed to administer the project. It was identified that the best course forward would make this a design-build project. The county has great success in the past using this method. It's reserved for projects whose value is over $1 million, and it allows potentially for the project to be speed up calendar-wise, because you start with a conceptual design, the architect then, or the contractor then would retain its own architect, and you can continue to move forward, order materials as you go through there, and it shifts the change order process more to the contractor than rather on the county. So in November 2020, the county retained Odell Engineering to create these bridging documents and to give us an estimate or a rough order of magnitude. The rough order of magnitude for the project was just a little under $1.6 million. We did encounter one unforeseen condition in the process, as the septic tank most likely would have to be replaced. So we added that to the bid, knowing that that may be an additional cost. In May 2021, the board approved these bridging documents and released them to potential design build teams. We received 3 teams that we were pre-qualified by the board in June. The first is DD Construction partnering with LDA Partners. Roblin, who has done several design build projects for the county, both the most recent libraries and the REACT Center, partnered with Dewberry Architects, and Simile Construction partnered with Red Architects Incorporated. The process is 2 presentations. Essentially, the first one is a proposal review, where each contractor was invited in June 2021 to give us their ideas not only on the cost of the project, but potentially value engineering options and project enhancements. The county provides feedback in that first session, and then they're invited to what we call best and final process that occurred in July. Unfortunately, despite best efforts on both the contractors who made great proposals and the county's project teams, all three proposals came in significantly over budget, but the lowest priced proposal being over $500,000 more than what the approved project budget was. In our conversations with these teams, they indicated that the timing of the project related to the labor and supply chains throughout the market was a key factor for the pricing. So due to that fact, proposals exceed the project budget. It is now staff's recommendation that these proposals be rejected and that we return to the drawing board to potentially do something else out in the Crow's Landing community. So I'll turn it back to Jackie to talk about potential alternatives.
So, yeah, like Andy said, we kind of hit a perfect storm of when we had to go out to bid for this and the prices that came back just because of the labor shortages and the supply chain issues. It did come in significantly higher than what we had initially intended. There was no space for us to move the grant proposal around with the state of California because once it's accepted the way it is, we have pretty strict restrictions on it because they denied other people and then they wouldn't have the fair opportunity. So if we were to reject these bids, we would have to return the grant funding, obviously, but it's everyone's intention to want to give Crow's Landing area some type of aquatic feature or some type of park enhancements. One of the options that we had, and we actually went to the community with when we wanted to update them on the Bonita Pool project itself, is we do have the availability or potential to enter into a splash pad instead of a full-on pool. These are just some examples because not everyone's always familiar with what a splash pad is. If we were to able to kind of shrink the aquatic scope and make a splash pad area, we would be able to expand the playground and expand some of the picnic areas, add some shade structures in. So this was just another option that we wanted you guys to be able to consider if we did have to go back. I don't think it's anyone's intention to just walk away from the area completely, but these are some more cost-effective or cost-saving features, or they historically are. I can't say that that's accurate as of today in the environment that we're in. So staff recommends that we accept an update on the Bonita Pool and Park project and authorize project manager to reject all bid proposals received from the 3 pre-qualified design build teams for lack of funding. And I would be happy to answer 2 questions.
2 questions. Price of conduct.
I just have a couple comments. I just have a couple comments. I did attend the CSD meeting out in Crow's Landing with Jackie, and we did hear from the community directly, kind of bringing them this kind of new concept of a splash pad. You know, I kind of thought it was a creative concept outside the box, something that's more cost efficient as opposed to the pool. That was kind of met with a loud rejection by the community. They kind of feel that a splash pad or something that isn't of Bonita stature, the Bonita Pool stature, is kind of a concession on our part. I understand that, you know, the cost is kind of driven up, kind of outside of our control, but one thing I feel is important is that we keep this project alive moving forward, that we still try to look at other avenues and exploring funding for Bonita Pool to its fullest extent. And I do applaud our staff and their incredible work, and if we can just continue trying to stay resilient in those efforts, I know the community of Crow's Landing will greatly appreciate it.
I know this is something that Chance has been working hard on, and I know prior to Chance, Jim has been working, you know, just something that's been wanting to have out there for a long time. And I wonder if there's just another, I'm just talking with Tom, looking, I see PFF fees are in here already, we're grabbing from that, but we're going to have the new development out there at the base, which will generate more PFF fees that maybe could be grabbed on to help with this project. And then I just wonder if we just go back to the old tobacco funds again, and maybe we do something with that to make this, I know this has grown into this giant thing, but it's such a big deal, I know, for this community. And I know, like I said, I know Chance has worked hard on it. I'm just thinking if there's some way that we can get more creative to try to make this thing work. And just some thoughts, I don't know, you guys, what do you guys think?
So I want to look at all options, but I want to, if there's money to be saved, even if that's even an option, because I don't know it's an option. I know long-term it's an option over a pool, because I know how the struggle we have in Empire. But the park and everything else would have to become pretty spectacular for them, so that more people, I know I went out there, the way the parking lot's situated, the park needs some upgrades, and so again, the concept, you know, the people were promised a pool. I'm the one that's met with the state folks and said, of course we can complete the project with $700,000 in grant money, and giving it back would be, you know, not fun for sure. But I want to explore. I think that, you know, we can complete the project. We just have to look at the long-term ramifications of cost for the community or to your budget, long-term on a pool. I know that it's difficult. I know the people, there's no doubt that people would rather have a pool generally, but you don't have lifeguards, right? You don't have nearly the maintenance. So I want to look at all options, but, and in the end, we may end up, I may be very supportive of a pool, but
Sure.
it shouldn't stop us from looking. Other thoughts? No? All right, so the option is to reject the motion. Oh, no, I should turn it out to the public. Public has any comment?
Yvonne Reynolds, I'm from Patterson. So yeah, the west side, we kind of get left out. I just looked up the population of Crow's Landing. It's 305 people at least at the last census. But if you guys were, if somebody, I don't know who did, was promising them a pool and now you're not getting a pool, I mean, I know how long in Patterson we waited for a pool. It was a really long time. So there's got to be creative ways. I mean, has the community thought about doing a fundraiser? You know, there's lots of different ways that funds can be raised, and it doesn't have to be constrained within the confines of the government. So just be creative and open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment? All right, seeing none, no more comments, bring it back to the board for action.
I move to approve staff's recommendation.
A motion?
Second that motion.
All right. Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Sorry for the wait. Sorry. All right, on to item 7.2, approval to accept an update on the nonprofit support grant program, authorization to distribute grant funding and related actions. And Raul Mendez will be presenting.
Hello, there we go. Good afternoon, Raul Mendez. Again, your Assistant Executive Officer, Chairman Chiesa, members of the board, CEO Hayes, County Council Bowes. Here this afternoon to bring back to you a recommendation for approval to accept an update on the nonprofit support grant program and authorization to distribute grant funding. On June 9, 2020, the Board of Supervisors approved a local plan for the use of $96.1 million of CARES CRF funding. This plan included the allocation of $50 million in CRF funds for community support. Of this amount, $6.3 million was set aside for nonprofit support specifically. This included $2.4 million in late 2020 for the initiation of the Stanislaus County Nonprofit Support Grant Program. On August 31st of this year, the Board of Supervisors approved an additional funding amount of $1 million for the program, given the widespread need and the critical role that our nonprofits play in our community in providing critical services. Funding was prioritized for those that had not previously received funding, and also there was an intentional focus on those those nonprofits that were providing services to seniors and veterans. Like in 2020, the Stanislaus Community Foundation was tasked with helping to administer the program at a cost of $20,000 using the platform and the portal that was created back in late 2020. On the slide behind you or in front of you, you see the guidelines or the parameters for this funding cycle. Applicants, again, were asked to, or were required to be 501c3s providing services in Stanislaus County. There were 4 tiers that were established to recognize priorities. Grant requests and awards were not to exceed 10% of the nonprofit's annual budget. Grant awards for new nonprofits were allowed, but they were capped at $50,000 per entity. And then the application period ran from October 5th through October 26th of this year, 2021. At the close of the application period, we had a very good response. If you recall, back in 2020, we had 61 nonprofits that participated. This go-around, we had 74 applications, even though we had less funding available. After applications were screened by the Community Foundation, 65 were moved forward to the evaluation period based on the various tiers that were established. The difference between the 74 and 65, there were a couple entities, I think one entity that was not eligible, didn't meet the eligibility requirements. And then some of the other applications that were in the queue or in the portal were incomplete and were lacking information and were deemed not ready to be moved on to the evaluation period. Award determinations also considered sense of urgency, demonstrated need, funding impact, and local grassroots presence. The Stanislaus Community Foundation was essentially contracted to manage the grant process, which included the universal application that was prepared, the corresponding rubric, due diligence, and an extensive review of each application to ensure that they met the qualifications of the program, and then fell within one of the tiers, the 4 tiers that were established and approved by this board back in August. The Community Foundation conducted an extensive vetting process and recommended final grantees to the county staff only after running it through the grants committee like it did back in 2020. County staff made further refinements and modifications based on an additional internal staff review. In total, $4.5 million of requests were received from eligible nonprofit organizations during this funding cycle. The Community Foundation worked with the Grants Committee and reviewed all the applications as mentioned, assigned the score based on the tiers, and developed the recommendations, fully exhausting the $1 million that was set aside by the board for this program or this funding cycle. In total, 33 applications are being recommended for funding, representing all the nonprofit organizations in Tier 1 and Tier 2. Award amounts took into account available funding and the 10% max based on the organization's annual expenses. Here is a listing of the recommendations for awards, starting with those in Tier 1 and totaling $156,000. The next 2 slides list the other nonprofit organizations that fell into the Tier 2 category. And you can see the amounts there. As you can see there on the bottom, the total cumulative amount for Tier 2 was $844,000. You have 2 staff recommendations before you this afternoon. The first is to accept an update on the Stanislaus County Nonprofit Support Grant Program. The second is to authorize the Chief Executive Office to distribute funding of $1 million as recommended and detailed in the staff report. Following your approval, staff is prepared to work with those nonprofits that have been recommended for funding, obtaining the necessary paperwork and documentation to be able to process payment in a timely manner. The hope is to be able to get these funds out into the community through the to the nonprofits before the close of the calendar year. This concludes my presentation. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions of staff?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Terry.
Supervisor Condit.
No, okay. Well, we had the discussion whenever we had the briefing about, it just seems like there was a lack of veteran groups, which was This was designed to help along with seniors. Have we come across anything yet that maybe some thought that how we get more veteran groups to apply?
Great comment, Supervisor, in question. Yes, you are correct. The program for this funding cycle was specifically designed to try and reach our veteran organizations. And working with the Community Foundation, we understand that not all of them that provide services or some support to our veterans community are established 501c3s, making it difficult for them to apply for funding like this program unless they're working with another nonprofit as a fiscal agent. Also understand that some of the organizations that are listed and that were recommended for funding this cycle and prior cycles, although they may not list veterans specifically as their name or their organization, they do provide services to that sector of our community. We have had conversations at the staff level about possibly revisiting how we can maybe reach those service groups and organizations, maybe working with our Department of Aging and Veteran Services. I know our CEO may have some thoughts along those lines as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Raul. I think we shared the same observation that we would have liked to have seen many more grassroots veterans organizations on this list, and recognizing that some of them have a variety of barriers, that it's very hard to develop a program and make sure that it clicks all of those boxes. Our latest thinking is that we just put some discretionary funds into our AAA Veterans Department and ask them to reach out, work with those departments directly, so that way we cut some of the red tape involved here and just get a little more direct. So I think that consideration would come before you most likely by mid-year budget.
Thank you.
That's good. And Director Palomino was asked to get all the veterans groups together, and she just sent the list maybe last week, so that we have a good idea of what we're working with. But thanks for that observation. Ms. Sharon.
Just a quick question, Raul.
Yes.
A couple things. You know, down there, just as I was reading through the staff report over the weekend, this is on page 4 or 5. That line that says all grant applicants have been notified of the results of the competitive process and received letters of award or declination. Have we already told everybody that they got this? I just think it seems like we got the cart in front of the horse there.
Yeah, no, great point. And just to maybe clarify, that may not be entirely accurate. I know there was correspondence that was sent out to those entities that were being recommended for funding, just so that they have an opportunity to be here
Okay, so
and
maybe that was just a
participate.
recommendation of funding, not that they'd been awarded these funds prior to us.
Correct. And then, certainly, based on your action today, we will, get letters out to all the participants or applicants. But yeah, good point. I think maybe that language could have been clarified.
Yeah, okay, that's good. And then just one last thing, Faith Home Teen Challenge Inc., I noticed we got some going to, is it just at the 15 because of, is that the 10% that's keeping it from, it just was 15 is what it ended up being?
Correct.
Not
I
because
think
of
based on a variety of factors, one of which was the score and available funding, I think that was the recommended amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right. So we're going to get to hear Brianna. Is it Ligon? Ligon. And you can tell us what the letter said that you received.
Oh. Good afternoon. My name is Brianna. I have the absolute pleasure of serving as the interim program manager at Parent Resource Center in Modesto. So we were one of the organizations that were recommended for funding when it comes to the nonprofit support program. And really, I'm here to say thank you. Thank you for trusting us to continue to do this work in our community. I was here about a year ago. I looked a little different. I was about 9 months pregnant when I came up here with Susan. And I shared about the work that we were doing in the community with the COVID program and how we were supporting Stanislaus families that had been impacted by COVID. We were able to feed families by going grocery shopping for them because they were isolated and they wanted to keep other community members safe. We were able to keep them warm by helping them with late utility payments. We were able to help them with late rental payments to make sure that they stayed housed. And we were able to strengthen the families because we were also able to teach them how to navigate the system, to get connected to longer term services if they needed. And then in Other aspects of our program, our general program that we have, from July of 2017 to December of 2020, Parent Resource Center, we provided case management for over 2,000 individuals. We provided parenting education classes for over 985 parents. And we also helped 2,200 caregivers through crisis with our differential response program. And we provided books to over 1,000 children in the community. So all of that is possible because of funding like this. So I'm just here to again say thank you on behalf of our organization. So thank you.
Very nice.
Brianna, can I, a boy or girl?
He was a boy.
So was it any possibility the name was Chance, Terry, Tom, Vito, Manny, Buck, or Jody?
All of them combined, yeah.
What was the name? What did you guys end up?
His name is Jace, so I have two boys, Jacob and
Nice.
Jace.
That's great. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in, and thank you
Thank
for
you for
sitting.
sticking it out.
Yeah.
4 or 5 hours.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, bring it back to the board for action.
I'll make a motion to approve this item.
We have a motion.
I will second it.
All right. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Again, a unanimous decision.
Thank you.
Thank you much. I'm just looking to make sure I didn't miss anything. We're going on to correspondence.
This board has received a letter from the California Fish and Game Commission regarding proposed regulations relating to big game mammal hunting regulations.
Refer to the Fish and Wildlife Committee.
This board has received claims for refund of property taxes filed on behalf of Sprint Telephony PCS LP, Pacific Bell, and AT&T Mobility LLC regarding assessments for tax year 2017-2018.
Refer to County Council and the Auditor Controller's Office.
This board has received a letter from the Rock Creek Water District regarding the election of Wayne McCurley, Anita Moran Slickton, and Robert Ferbosi to their board of directors.
Acknowledge receipt of the letter.
And this board has received the claims as noted on the agenda.
Acknowledge receipt of claims and refer to the Chief Executive Office. Are there any Board of Supervisor reports? How about a bridge opening?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just think that is amazing. The Hickman Bridge, yesterday we had the groundbreaking. It connects District 1, District 2 between Waterford and Hickman, and it's been a work in progress, and that'll be the second major bridge. We just completed the Santa Fe Bridge. Maybe we had the groundbreaking 6 months ago, and now we have another bridge. And next year we hope to be over in District 5 where there's going to be a river crossing. So a lot of great things being done in Public Works, a great turnout. On to item 10, Legislative Fiscal and Management Report. And Manny was at the ribbon cutting too.
So I'll be real short. The two big topics going on in Sacramento right now are number one, the estimated surplus that was released from the Legislative Analyst's Office yesterday for the 22-23 budget, and estimated at $31 billion. So as soon as you hear numbers like that, there's obviously a lot of activity around trying to maneuver for priority for future state funding and so forth. And we will definitely be looking to see what the state of California may be able to do with those funds to support local programs and services that benefit our community. And then I also want to acknowledge Supervisor Chance Condit he was working with our legislative advocacy team this week and met with the Deputy State Treasurer, who happens to run a program around California Health Facilities Financing Authority. And I just wanted to thank Supervisor Condit and our legislative advocacy team for their efforts to, he's on a quest here to try to continue to develop his network and to bring more attention and potential resources to healthcare facilities on the west side. So thank you, Supervisor Condit. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Persistence pays off, for sure. All right, we do have a closed session. Council Bose.
Yes. We have closed session as soon as I get my clip here. Here we go. Yes, we have closed session. We have two items. The first is a conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency negotiators are Jody Hayes, Tamara Thomas, Kara Vink, Burke Dunphy, and the labor organization is the Service Employees International Union. That's Local 521. Second item is a conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation. pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, and that is subdivisions D2 or 3. There's one matter, and it relates to potential liability under the Voter Rights Act.
And I do have one speaker card from Stephen Morrow.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to let the board know that I did have a conversation with Mr. Bose about concerns that I had raised in a previous meeting about updates about closed sessions. And so we discussed the matter, and he referred some information to me about closed sessions. And I read the 55-page document he gave me, and it answered all of my concerns. So thank you very much for your time.
Steve, you didn't have any questions after reading that? Because I do.
No, it's just a case of when I read through it, it just gave me the feeling, some things have to be done in confidence. In a republic form of government, we do have to trust the people that we have to elect. And so I'm satisfied with what's going on.
Thank you, Steve.
Right.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I don't have a question about closed session. I was wondering if I could ask a follow-up question about...
Shoot.
It's related to something I had contacted a couple of you, or actually only one of you, previously about. So people get kicked off the buses if they are riding it all day because they are experiencing homelessness, and they get kicked off of other public areas. So, and to stay warm, like some people say they should go to the mall or whatever, well, they're not welcome in businesses and stuff. So I was wondering, this thing you just passed that I was speaking on earlier, when it says public spaces but only when they're seeking services there, what if they're not seeking services? Is that they're gonna be required to show their vaccine?
So that's going to fall on the Joint Powers Authority. There's a new Regional Transit Joint Powers Authority that probably makes those decisions, and meetings are when?
Once a week. Yeah, well, I'm once a month, and I'm trying to think of what...
I know. I'm sorry, and that's where the answer would come. It wouldn't come because it's now it's a Joint Powers Authority like the Animal Shelter or the 911 Center.
The buses, that's how if you're talking about the buses.
All public areas whatsoever.
Oh, just all public areas, okay. So I don't think there's any requirement for a vaccine for anybody just in a public area.
I'm just concerned it'll turn into an excuse to move people along, even though, say, the Ninth Circuit.
Yeah, I don't think, that's not, as far as our homeless and what we're doing with the homeless, we're not we're trying to get them into shelters and things like that. We're not, we've got outreach engagement teams that are out there working with these people daily and trying to get them into shelters and get them into services. So I don't think we've got vaccine. See, now I did it.
I just meant a lot of things get lassoed into seemingly unrelated things to help move people along. Yeah. And I'm just...
We're making sure we don't do that with the homeless. We're working hard to get them into services.
Thank you.
Mary Ann Spikes.
Thank you again for sticking it out today.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Mary Ann.
it. All right, so we will adjourn to closed session. Yes.